Are you?
I think we'll get started here, Mary Rose. I'm working on something in the chat box, and I'm wondering if you could start with your introductions.
Sure. All right.
Thank you so much.
Welcome everybody, and I think we're the early crowd. We have a full day of really exciting programming, and I think we're going to have a lot more folks joining us during the course of the day. But I am really excited about our conference programming that Sally has done a wonderful job of setting up. And I also want to thank Catherine Cho, who's here with us today, and Val Lagakis, who couldn't be with us because she's at a community college conference, but they were on our meeting planning committee. So thanks to them and Sally for doing most of the work planning this wonderful program that we have on a really serious subject that's been of concern to many of us for a long time. Our state conference has been for the last couple of years advocating with the New York State Legislature for more funding for mental health programming at our institutions for our students, but also, as many of our speakers are going to address, for us, right, for higher education professionals, professors, and others who are working directly with these students, and maybe have our own issues, especially as people have mentioned, the pandemic has been challenging for everybody. So I think our speakers today are very timely, and this is a conversation, an ongoing conversation, and not just a one-time thing. Our conference is very committed as part of our strategic plan to work on mental health, and also to work on diversity, equity, and inclusion in our own organization. And so I'm really particularly excited for our keynote speaker, who's going to be addressing intersectionality and mental health and bullying in the workplace. So I'm super excited for that and all of the other programming that we have. So I'm just like to welcome everybody on behalf of our New York State Conference of the AAUP. And with that, Sally, are you ready for me to turn it over to you?
If you are in fact ready. Yes. So I'd just like to say welcome to everyone today. Our fall conference, as you know, is on the mental health crisis in higher ed. This has particular meaning for me, and I know it has meaning for all of you too. 2 weeks ago, I had the pleasure of speaking at the Mental Health Association in New York State Summit on Mental Health in Higher Ed. You'll hear more about that later, which was attended by faculty, staff, and other professionals, administrators, and state dignitaries who were concerned about mental health in higher ed. And while the main focus of the summit seemed to be on students, my role was to report the faculty perspective. And to sum up my talk, too many faculty and staff who are working in higher ed are in trouble, big trouble. And more we are hearing stories of bullying, discrimination, selective collegiality, and more, as well as the challenges of working in what often feels like an unsafe work environment. And it's time we talk about it openly, honestly, and all together. So I appreciate the interdisciplinary nature of this conference. Today, we brought to you what we expect to be the kind of conference that you will think about long after it ends, and one that inspires you to participate in whatever role you are able to help create opportunities for positive change. What I'd like to leave you with is a curiosity about what we can do. I know we're all really busy and overwhelmed at times ourselves. So what can we do? It's also our intention to honor the importance of feeling heard and feeling safe. This is a very personal topic for a lot of people. So this is the space that I hope that we have created for you today. And I appreciate and thank you for being here with us. The question has been raised about whether or not we have built-in breaks. We have not. We have jam-packed this day full. If you need to get up and leave for a bit, that would be fine with us. We understand. The morning portion of this conference, the keynote speaker will not be recorded. We will record the rest of the conference, so I will let you know. You will get a notice when that recording goes on and off, just to let you know that, so it's not disruptive for you. And the recording that we do have will be available on our site for members who have registered. So thank you again for being here. I see we just have a couple of minutes before our keynote speaker is here today. I would like to introduce her, if I can, in this time that we have.
Is that you, Dr. Hollis?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Hollis.
Thanks for waving.
Dr. Hollis is the Associate Professor at Morgan State University and a Senior Researcher at Rutgers. She's a noted national and international expert on workplace bullying. Her most recent book, Black Women, Intersectionality and Workplace Bullying, Intersecting Distress, is an extension of her work on bullying in higher education. Dr. Hollis has an extensive career in higher ed administration and has held senior leadership and faculty posts. Other notable work includes Human Resource Perspectives on Workplace Bullying and Higher Education, which addresses structural problems that enable workplace bullying. She has helped over 350 schools address incivility on campuses and is considered a healthy workplace advocate. So I've got 1 minute too, and I will turn this over to Dr. Hollis.
And will it enable me to share screen? I have a pretty healthy slide deck.
You are enabled to share screen, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and do that. How would you like to do? Thank you, Sally. How would you like to do this? Do you want me to go through them as I see them? Because I see a couple hands and I see things in the chat. How would you like us to proceed?
I think if people would like to ask questions or make comments, if they could raise their hand, and you will be cued in at the top, and then we can just go from there. Leah, if you want to cue them, that's fine.
That's fine.
We have about 28 minutes, so we've got some time.
Great. All right. Great. And you usually get 28 minutes of questions too. The first person I see is, I believe this is Cecilia McCall.
I had to unmute.
No worries.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I'm with the Professional Staff Congress at CUNY, and we have a very active anti-bullying committee. And I think some of the recommendations that you made will be very helpful to not only our committee, but to our bargaining team, which is getting ready for the next round of negotiations. But I wanted to show you something that I brought back from Cuba more than 30 years ago. And I wonder if you can see this. Can you see this?
Hold on a minute, let me see if we can get it bigger.
Can people see this?
Put it up close to your camera,
There.
Cecilia.
Put up-
Close to what?
Move it up closer to your camera. There you go, as close as you can to the camera. There,
then-
that's much better, thank
And
you.
then start
See
talking.
that? This is a figurine that I did buy and brought home with me because I was very sympathetic to the Cuban Revolution and believed that they had stamped out racism, and became very much aware of it when I first visited Cuba. But what I wanted to say to you is I am biracial. I identify as African American, and I'm one of those who probably passed that brown paper bag test. But when I was first hired at the university, I was hired into a very diverse department, which was a new department established to help students who had problems, who had learning problems. As I said, it was a very diverse department, and the chair of the department was a Black woman. And I was bullied because I think of my color, because I was fairer than the other Black people and other people in the department. So I just wanted to share. I was given the worst office, I was given the worst schedule, etc. That's the kind of thing that happened to me because I was a fairer person of color as opposed to other Black people.
I have heard that. First, I am sorry you experienced that. I have a colleague that has happened to her as well. She was working at an HBCU, particularly fair complected, and had been told several times, we're not going to promote you because you're not Black enough. You are absolutely correct. It goes the other direction. And I appreciate your sharing. Thank you. See here. Ann Friedman, you're next.
Hi, thank you
Hi.
so much. I'm also from CUNY, where Cecilia works. There are a bunch of us here, and our union, led by Amy Jew and others, Amy's on this call, has really tried to address the issue of bullying. And we are a labor union, and we have a labor contract. And for years, we have been struggling with, how you actually make, the issue of fighting bullying a contractual, part of the contract. And it has been very, very difficult. I'd love to say something about Cuba, but what I'm going to ask and raise is the issue of hierarchy. Academia is one of the most hierarchical institutions around. We know that. And at places where we have not only a hierarchy of full professor down, to a lecture line, or a faculty member and professional staff, but when you have 50% or more of your faculty adjuncts, part-timers, the disease of bullying is just, it seems almost insurmountable. And I know, we probably all think we don't do this, we're not bullies, but I've heard a lot of complaints from adjuncts about full-time professorial colleagues. So I haven't heard much about that in your talk. I'm sure that you're not, it's not intentional that you are not raising this, but this is a big part of, I would think, intersectionality. I'm not an expert.
Sure. I don't mean to cut you off if you're not done yet.
No, I'm done. I could go on forever, but
Sure.
Go ahead, cut me off.
It's for me, it's a little bit tough. The tough part is, because I've been studying bullying for the last 12 years, I could talk about bullying from like 1,001 different perspectives. This is just one. With the group that I work with, the academic parity group, we by all means certainly address what's going on with adjuncts, postdocs, assistant professors in the lab space. Also, my data does show that adjuncts are, that those with the least amount of power, when you're a lecturer, instructor, adjunct, you're more likely to face bullying. And that's also why, despite having the same credentials as full-time folks, adjuncts at times feel they have to give better grades or to do things to maintain that contact. There is a paper that came out 2014. It was the House committee, and it's called The Just-in-Time Professor. And I've used that in some of my research. And what the Congress had done, US Congress had done, is they had collected data from a number of adjuncts. And one story just broke my heart. This one woman was crisscrossing her city 800 miles a week, teaching at 3 different schools just to make ends meet without benefits, and her husband was doing the same. And you don't have all kinds of power, and you don't have all kinds of time, and you're certainly underpaid. I know in the DC metro area, adjuncts are unionizing for that very same reason. And as far as CUNY is concerned, I have to be honest with you, I am very interested in looking at CUNY for employment. So I'd be happy to join you in your forces if that's true. And if there's anybody I could contact to that effort, please put it in the chat. Yeah, I'm doing a little self-promotion here. I can't help myself. But I'm attracted to CUNY because it's international and because it's interdisciplinary and because you guys have been about doing the work. So it's interesting. The 3 states that tend to like my work are New York, California, and Texas. And I'm just 90 minutes down the Amtrak here from Philadelphia to New York. I hope I've addressed your question. I could do another talk on just adjuncts too. I could do a talk on postdocs. So you're absolutely right. It's not so much an omission to not discuss adjuncts. It's just in my thinking, it's kind of like saying, hey, I'm going to order a pizza. And then I was like, okay, do you want Sicilian? Do you want thin crust? Do you want the cheese with it? Do you want the pepperoni with it? Because in my head, workplace bullying is such a multifaceted issue. I could talk about it from different places, but I certainly respect and appreciate what you said. Thank you very much. Who I have next? Is it Corinne?
It's Corin.
Corin,
And
thank
if
you.
possible, I would like my question and the answer not to be recorded.
Work this out. We're going to try to work this out. We're going to try to come to a common ground for the betterment of everybody, because when bullying occurs, it's actually pretty damaging to the bully as well. There really aren't a lot of winners. So I hope that answers. I see you're clapping, and I know you didn't want your question recorded, but I hope
No,
that.
it was really, it's so, and and I think this is really strikes me too, is like one of the things that I've really struggled with as a leader is that we have a wonderful ombudsperson, but it's just one person. And I feel like that we really need access to a restorative justice team at the university, and there is nothing. I guess because we're so litigious. I've talked about bringing in outside people, but it's like that when I got the budget, they were like, oh my God, we can't spend that much money, right? But I will keep you in mind. I mean, definitely, as I said, I want to get on the mailing list for your next event, because I think this is so powerful and so important. And I'm sorry, I'll stop now and let other people ask their questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hollis Glazer.
Yes, hi. I like your last name.
I like your first name.
It's funny because when you said everybody knows who the bully is on campus, I immediately was like, yeah, we got one. I like the idea of an ombuds person, because everybody knows, including senior provost and all this, and does not do anything. And I guess my question more is about the ombuds person. Can this be someone, because there's no way we're going to hire somebody dedicated to do that. We're talking about hiring freezes. The retrenchment word has been used around us.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm at Borough Manhattan Community College, so the community colleges are having a rough time at CUNY. But I would love for you to be at CUNY, by the way. That'd be awesome. So can you have an ombuds person who's double duty? Is that a thing? Who's something else? Yeah.
Yes, there are 2 models that I know of. The first model is when you go out and you hire somebody, and that person may or may not be on the president's cabinet, but they are within a stone's throw of the cabinet. The function of the ombudsperson, regardless of if they were hired from the outside, or the second model is a faculty member who volunteers, because the faculty member knows the faculty, and the faculty member knows where the trip lines and landmines are. And so somebody internal is also a very good choice. However, that internal person must be sworn to confidentiality. So when you go to visit an ombuds office, you're called a visitor. You go visit, you tell your story, and the ombuds person can work their magic. Let me give you an example. And let me say this other thing too. Coming out of Sweden, it's called ombudsman. And even when I've worked with other ombudsmen who are women, I was like, why aren't you an ombudswoman? And they said the ombudsman thing comes from Sweden, and so we say ombuds. And so you hear me tripping a little bit over that gendered marker. It's always called ombudsman, I want to say ombuds person, but I'm just saying ombud. So please forgive me as I tiptoe through the gender marker in that term. An ombuds person can do something like this. Imagine a junior faculty member who's up for tenure. He or she is being bullied in their lab and recognizes also that their chair or dean is falsifying data for accreditation. That person knows of a threat to the school and themselves. But if reporting it outwardly, that dean is not going to promote him or her. So the option is to go to the ombuds person. The ombuds person can take down the story confidentially. The ombuds person can then look at the policies, should have the latitude to go into different areas of the university, find out what are the lab policies, what's going on with accreditation, what's everybody else doing. In this particular story, the ombuds person found out that 2 other colleges were falsifying data too for the accreditation report, and came up with a policy or a process to say, I need to see all your notes for your report when you turn in your section. That cut down the falsification. The institution was able to sidestep an embarrassment, and the young person who had reported it could stay anonymous and could move through tenure. That's what an ombuds person can do. It's kind of like that person who can back channel quietly and effectively, keep everybody confidential and protect the institution. The ombuds person is only as effective as their leaders allow them to be. So the leader has to allow that person to have that latitude and to have the policies in place. But an ombuds person could work out very well. And if you're not hiring anybody, perhaps you could have a faculty member, or even, I would recommend this, 2 or 3 faculty members who are given release time, half time as ombuds, half time teaching. The reason why I say 3 is because, well, different people get along with different folks. You also have more support because there's something called secondary trauma. All the abuse that you hear and you're the ombuds person was, gee, how are you going to offload that? So if you have an ombuds office, Cornell has something like that. They have, and I know Cornell has goo gobs of money too, but they have an ombuds office, and they have a whole office, like of 4 or 5 people. So during a hiring freeze or retrenchment, maybe something like proposing 2 or 3 faculty members could serve in that role, be trained in that role, join the Ombuds Association, there is one, and get course release time for that job. I hope that helps. Great, thank you. Anybody else? Oh, wait. Deborah, please, you have the floor.
Whoops, now I can say thank you.
Sure.
It was off. First, I have to tell you, so interesting. You are so well-spoken and so intelligent. It's so nice to listen to you. So I thank you for coming and for sharing your knowledge and everything. It's just been excellent just listening to you. So thank you. And thank you, Sally, for bringing her. How's that? Because that's how otherwise I would never have even heard of you, to be honest. So I'm so glad to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I was looking as we were talking, I'm lowering that so that my hand goes down. I was looking as we were talking, someone just said, oh, there's more chats than that. Catherine Cho is in my same school, to be honest. And she wrote, oh, it just moved. Someone else wrote something else again. But she was talking about her immediate supervisor, and because now I can't see what she wrote. The bully and the dean with affirmative actions. Now, they're all his friends. I'm in a totally different department. My dean, my chair, okay, she's the head of the bully gang. I don't even know what else to say.
Yeah.
I try to show literally just in an email that there was a problem with 2 faculty. Literally we gave out points on tests that could cause other students to sue. Okay, that's just a quick piece of it. When because it was given for wrong answer and blah, blah, blah. But in either case, to one half, but not to the other classes. The reaction was, I've been warned for my uncivil email. Okay. And and I was brought in front of the P&B. I'm on P&B. I was brought in front of the P&B for just that. And when I said, but you have to hear what's in the email, that's not what we're discussing today. They still haven't discussed that. They didn't care what was in the email. It was the fact that I said something about their friends. But I was really just concerned you could be putting the school at risk. The affirmative action never got back to me. Okay. The dean is brand new, and she unfortunately falls very nicely in with that crowd. There's a gang of bullies. They're by writing up that I was uncivil, it goes as a warning. The next step is they can now follow through the contract. That's their way of saying it's unprofessional behavior, and they can actually get you detenured. I'm full professor. They can get you detenured if they follow this track and get enough paper into your file. It's the first thing in my file that's negative, because they haven't been able to pin anything on me, although I will tell you they've tried. They've tried sabotaging my promotion folder, but that didn't work either. My question is, what can we do? I mean, it's at a point where I wrote to the chair, that can't be fixed. The dean is brand new, but is working with her. And I mean, the affirmative action's never answered. She's also new, the person in affirmative action.
Sally,
Deborah, I'm going to step in here a second. And Deborah, what I hear you saying is, what can we do? And that's the focus of it, the afternoon panel.
hold on a minute. Could you stop recording this piece?
I can. Let me get to my space here. Hang on. We're saying thank you to Dr. Hollis for her presentation, and moving on to Jacob Apple. Thank you very much. And we have contact information for all of our speakers later. Excited about introducing Jacob as well. He is currently Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Medical Education at the Kent School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York City, where he is the Director of Ethics Education and Psychiatry, Medical Director of the Mental Health Clinic at the East Harlem Health Outreach Program, and Assistant Director of the Academy for Medicine and the Humanities. He's got a boatload of degrees. I think he's a serious underachiever. And they are listed in the program, but I would also like to note that he is the co-chair of our newly revitalized, one of our revitalized West regional councils. And we're excited to have him be part of our conference leadership. So Jacob, if you would like to start, we would be happy to hear what you have to say.
Sure. Thank you for having me. You can all hear me okay? I apologize. I am in a motel room this morning, and these chairs are designed for very tall people, and I am a very short person, so I am adjusting. I also realize I am the only thing standing between some of you and lunch and some of you in cocktails. So my thought is to speak for about 50 minutes and then take maybe about 15, 20 minutes of questions and give you a little bit of time to breathe and recover or switch to your flasks. With that in mind, before I share my screen, I do want to tell a joke. I only get very few opportunities to tell a joke. I tell you it's a joke because I'm a bioethicist by training and not a comedian. And if I didn't tell you that, you might not know, but it serves a pedagogical purpose. I will also add, because some of you are wondering, who am I? Even though I am a psychiatric emergency room attending now, and I'll talk about that work, I do want to mention that I was for a number of years a college professor. I taught for about a decade at Brown. So I've been on your side of the wall as well. So if you're wondering who is this strange doctor telling you what college professors should do, I have been in your shoes, and I've defected to the ER. With that in mind, my joke. So and I teach now at Mount Sinai, so I always use Mount Sinai faculty. Two Mount Sinai professors retire, and to celebrate their retirement, they go to Yellowstone National Park. And on their first day there, a park ranger comes out in the park ranger uniform, like Smokey the Bear with a big hat, and says, I have to warn the two of you. It's a legal disclaimer from the Park Service. There could be bears in the woods, and one of the bears could eat you. And the first Mount Sinai professor says, we've dealt with medical students, we can handle it, don't worry. Second Mount Sinai professor says, give me a moment, goes back to the cabin, returns with running shorts and jogging shoes and a visor. And the first Mount Sinai professor says to the second, are you out of your mind? You cannot run a bear. And the second one says, of course not. And now I can outrun you. I get a mild snicker, I hope. But the pedagogical point of my joke, which I will get to in the slides, is that when it comes to mental health, which is what I'm going to talk about, and particularly mental health on college campuses, we have been trying to outrun each other rather than trying to outrun the bear, and that's a problem. What do I mean by that? I mean, we have been fighting over an increasingly smaller pool of mental health resources and diverting them from one group in need to another group in need, rather than finding a way to solve the overarching problems. And with that in mind, I will share my screen, and hopefully all of you can see that. Are we good? Okay. And the overarching point of my talk today, I want to cover 3 different topics and show you how they converge. The first is college campuses, and particularly college students, who historically are a vulnerable population, have become increasingly vulnerable due to a number of demographic and social factors about the kinds of students coming to college today. And the second element are the challenging environments that were created by COVID and a number of other social elements in society over the last 3-4 years that have put extra duress on these students. And then finally, we have a striking shortage of resources in mental health, particularly mental health here in New York State, that has been exacerbated over the last 5 to 10 years, and then particularly exacerbated as a result of COVID. And the result is the second pandemic, the mental health pandemic on campuses that I imagine some of you are seeing, and that I'm seeing on truly a daily basis in the psychiatric emergency room today. So I want to give you a bit of background on where I'm coming from. So I am faculty at Mount Sinai, where I do my teaching, but I also work 3 nights a week in the psychiatric emergency room at Mount Sinai Beth Israel on 17th Street and First Avenue, New York City. As you may know, probably know more than I do, there are about 120 institutions of higher education in New York City, both colleges, high schools, that cover somewhere between 550,000 and 600,000 students. And many of these institutions of higher education are feeders into our emergency rooms. So there are 2 large psychiatric emergency rooms now in Lower Manhattan, or in Manhattan south of 30th Street, 34th Street. One is Bellevue, which is a public hospital, and the other is Beth Israel, which is a private hospital. But any ambulance can bring patients to either one. We also get an overflow of patients from Brooklyn Heights and from West Brooklyn when hospitals in that area are overwhelmed and go on diversion. I will add that on a regular basis, there is a shortage of psychiatric beds in New York City, to the point where sometimes we have to transfer patients out of the city. Patients often have a waiting period of 12 to 24 hours for a bed. And because of that, larger emergency rooms like ours are likely to have patients sent to them from areas further and further away. Historically, we receive 2 kinds of patients who are college age in the psychiatric emergency room. Historically saying, I've been doing this for 15 years, so prior to about 3-4 years ago. The first are college students who either go to a crisis center on their campus or call a suicide hotline and have been brought in by emergency services, by 911, by EMS, sometimes with the police, sometimes without the police. And then there are those who fellow students bring to the attention of a resident advisor in their dorm, some of whom also come in through emergency services, but many of whom are brought in by their roommates, by their classmates to the ER as walk-in patients. Increasingly, and I imagine some of you have seen this in your own work as well, we are seeing 2 other kinds of patients where a faculty member is the primary driving force of the presence appearance. First, faculty members or teaching assistants actually bring the patient to the ER following a conversation either after class or on the phone that they find very concerning. And then secondly, we see a number of students who are isolated in new places, who we ask them who can vouch for their experience or tell us what's happening, rather than providing a friend or a family member. Sometimes because they don't have one in New York, they actually give us the name of a faculty member to contact, which puts the faculty member in a very complex situation, particularly if they're also teaching that student. They're now entangled both in the patient's educational experience and sometimes in their grading experience and in their psychiatric experience. College students at baseline are a very vulnerable population. Part of this is because of the age they're at, and I'll show you some data in a second. And part of that are because of specific challenges related to the college experience that I will talk about as well. So The first point I want to make is that psychiatric illnesses, the most significant ones that are debilitating, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, often strike people in what we used to call the prime of youth, between the ages of 17 and 25. And you can see a chart here showing the average age of onset of different disorders. And obviously at the very bottom end, those of you with children may remember this, simple phobias, fear of mice, fear of rabbits, nightmares, things like that, separation anxiety start at the very end. And then as you move your way along, different diseases develop. And you'll see that schizophrenia, mean age of onset is 25, with a gender distribution that women are more likely to present younger and men slightly older. Bipolar disorder, again, you have slightly older onset, but that's because it's two-tiered and you get a large pool of patients who do manifest for the first time in their teens and 20s. They're also more likely to be subclinical. People may not present to the ER or a doctor with their first episode of depression. They usually will with their first episode of psychosis. And then we can see these in classes. And if you put them in classes, it's even more striking. Schizophrenia, spectrum disorders are likely to appear in your early to mid 20s, and personality disorders, which are a large portion of patients coming into the psychiatric ER, which we'll talk about in a second, also manifest in one's early 20s. And finally, you can see here, the same is true of severe mental illness. These are just different ways of presenting the same data, and I'm glad to make the slides available. You can see that for bipolar 1 disorder, there is a rapid jump between 20 and 25 on the right-hand side. For schizophrenia, there is a rapid jump between 18 and 25 on the left-hand side. So people coming to college as a baseline are at the age where they're likely to develop psychiatric illness. And there's a two-hit hypothesis. Some of you are probably familiar with this hypothesis from cancer or medical illness. So in cancer biology, if you have a genetic predisposition to develop certain cancers, and then you interact with an environmental hazard that causes cancer, you will develop cancer. So let's say you're biologically predisposed to lung cancer and you smoke, you're likely to get cancer. Some people smoke their entire lives, but they don't have the underlying biological predisposition and they don't develop lung cancer. Some people have the underlying biological predisposition, but they never engage in smoking or other high-risk behaviors, and they never develop cancer. The dominant theory of psychiatric illness today uses the same approach. It's a two-hit hypothesis. You have a genetic diathesis to become psychiatrically ill, and then social stressors of some sort cause that illness to present itself. And we know, for example, that even if you are genetically predisposed to schizophrenia, at least half of your risk is environmental, because identical twins only have half concordance in terms of schizophrenia. So two areas which put enormous pressure on people at the very age when they are most vulnerable to develop psychiatric illness are military recruitment. People enter 18, 19, 20. Often they enter after they have prodromal episodes where they're struggling in high school, which suggests they're diathesis, or early on in college. The difference being military is often an overstructured environment, and college experience that first year is often an understructured environment. Why does an understructured environment matter? Because often if people are in a new environment where people don't know them, their behavior might not be recognized abnormal or off their baseline until it's very severe, or they might not be getting any oversight at all. You can imagine the college student who, other than going to classes and sitting in the back row, spends all of his or her time in his dorm room not engaging with anyone, and it'll be months before anybody picks up their psychiatric decompensation. And then these are environments where people face a lot of stress. They're away from home, they're under pressure, often lack of sleep, they're introduced to substance use for the first time. All of these make them a vulnerable population at a vulnerable moment. And you'll see that for not just severe mental illnesses or thought disorders, but also for mood and anxiety disorders, there is a significant jump in the late teens, early 20s. More so for anxiety than depression, but both fit the same pattern. And finally, this may seem obvious, but this gives you a sense of mean first use of different substances. And college students are at the prime age. A substantial plurality of people will use their first illicit substances the first year they get to college. And particularly for harder drugs, even the students who have been using alcohol or marijuana at home either may increase their uptake or then supplement them with additional drugs when they get to college. And I think we've probably all seen that. College students are also much further away from home than they've been in the past. So as this slide suggests to you, the number of college students, which is the number of students in blue, is decreasing over time. But the numbers, and you can see the numbers on the left, number of miles traveled from home, which is the yellow diagram, are increasing with time. And particularly over the last 5 to 10 years, we've seen a significant uptick in the distance people are traveling to go to college. And you can see this in a different way now at top schools. I hope the college names on the left are visible, but that's the California Institute of Technology at the top, followed by MIT and Stanford. And that's the number of miles the average student travels between their home identified on their application and their school. And you can see for a place like MIT, it's 1,200 miles. And when you actually factor in all the students who are living locally in Boston, that suggests that a very large number are traveling enormous distances, either domestically or from overseas, to create that average. That's an average, not a median. And we're seeing an increasing number of students from abroad. This gives you a sense of the trajectory over the last 70 years. The number of students from abroad was minuscule shortly after World War II, and now it accounts from somewhere between 5 and 6% of all enrollment, all college students. It's over 1 million college students a year. And there are a whole series, as we'll talk about in a moment, unique obstacles for psychiatric care and unique factors making it more likely that you'll be psychiatrically ill if you're a student from abroad. So why does this matter? Why do we care about distance from home? Well, a couple of key points. First, students are separated from their existing social supports. And very often you can build a very coherent social network that gives you support in your community and do reasonably well, even if you have some psychiatric struggle, particularly if you have a personality pathology, if you suffer from the traumas of borderline personality or a complex trauma, you can build a life for yourself in that structure. But when you're removed from that structure, you decompensate very quickly. As important, students are often separated from their existing mental health services. So you may have a prescriber in the state where you live, but then you go off to college and that prescriber is no longer able to prescribe for you in that new state, unless they're willing to violate prescribing laws, which you see fairly often. Or you may go to therapy every week in person where somebody can really sense how you're doing, and suddenly you shift to go to therapy once every 4 weeks on Zoom or virtually, and the therapist is a much poorer gauge of how you're doing. And particularly for foreign students, often the medications they take abroad aren't available in the United States. A very common experience I have in the ER is a patient will come in and say they are on a medication I have truly never heard of that is prescribed in Pakistan or Korea or Vietnam. And then we'll have to try to figure out what class the medication belongs to and see if there's some kind of equivalent that might give them the same response. But it's still a shot in the dark. We can't be sure that the dosing is going to be similar, the efficacy is going to be similar. And often there's going to be a window between when they lapse their previous care, when their medication runs out that they can't get either in the state or in this country, and when they come to the ER after their psychiatric symptoms worsen. The absence of oversight is a really important problem. I know I live in that theoretical world of in loco parentis. In reality, most college students, particularly at large urban schools today, are really on their own. So if they have strong support networks, people will check in on them. But if they don't have strong support networks and they don't want people to check in on them, or they develop paranoia and intentionally avoid being checked in on, you can float for a very long time before you appear on someone's radar screen. And then, as some of you have probably noticed, whose radar screen do you appear on? Your college professors, because they may be the only person interacting with you in a high enough evaluative or stressful place where you submit a term paper that has delusional thought in it, or you write an exam answer that is disorganized or with paranoid content. And then there's delay in securing a new provider, which can often take weeks or months, particularly if you have out-of-state insurance. Many colleges do not offer health insurance that provides psychiatric care that will enable the students coming to those colleges to readily pick up with a provider in the state, which is an enormous problem. You go to health services at your college, they will help you through a crisis. They will send you to the ER. We will try to find you a psychiatrist. You will have an insurance plan where the next psychiatrist appointment available is 3 months down the line. And then your choices are going to a public clinic, which, to be candid, you may be very reluctant to based on your personal background and experience, or the delay there may be weeks or months. So that also exacerbates the challenge of students once they're here. It's also important to note that the increasing diversity of higher education, which is a very good thing, also exacerbates the mental health crisis in a very specific way. I want to emphasize very strongly, my point is not that increased diversity in colleges is not a good thing, it's a very good thing. My point is that colleges increasingly do holistic review for admissions. So they try to create a very diverse pool of people from different backgrounds, different experiences, geography, ethnicity, income, but they lag behind in holistic support. So they bring the student there, welcome them, but then when the student needs the kinds of supports they need because of their experience or where they come from, it's much harder for them to access that. And we see more and more of that now. I cannot emphasize enough, holistic review and holistic support need to go hand in hand for this process to work. You need to have an admissions office that works with a student life program or a campus affairs program, hand in hand, so that when students come in who, by their own documentation or their own acknowledgement, have specific needs, they simply aren't thrust upon the campus and abandoned, but there's a systematic mechanism for helping them when they reach out, or even proactively reaching out and seeing what they need. I will add, by the way, this is particularly important for cultural communities where psychiatry is stigmatized, for economic groups where psychiatry is not accessible, because they may have no experience at all dealing with the psychiatric system, even though they want care. And unless somebody helps them navigate it, they are going to be at sea very quickly. I do want to emphasize, before I get to COVID, that the crisis on college campuses is about 10 years old, or you can see the start of it about 10 years ago, and it definitely predates COVID. So if you look at this chart, the number of people who are on college campuses who self-identify as having a significant DSM psychiatric illness has crept up from about 18% 15 years ago to now over 27%. Now you may say, well, those seem like small differences, but if you apply that to other scenarios, you can think about the difference of 7 percentage points in a political election, or the number of students involved when you talk about economies of scale are millions. This is an enormous shift in the number of students suffering from psychiatric illness. And these are all from long before COVID. They give you a sense of the increasing suicide rate on campus, starting 20 years ago, starting after 9/11, 2002. And I won't belabor the numbers, but the numbers here are really striking. 1 in 10 college students in a given year has made a suicide plan. 1 in 4 is diagnosed with a serious mental illness. 1 in 1,100 actually commit suicide. And suicide is now one of the leading causes of death among college students. And you can also see, by the way, if you look at the chart here on the bottom right, the increase in the incidence of suicide attempts among college students, and there's a striking gender disparity. Some of you may know this, but even though on the whole, men are more likely to complete suicide than women, women are more likely to attempt. And one of the consequences of that is that if you intervene more quickly, you're likely to save more lives for female students than male students, because they're engaging in ways that give you a second or a third chance to intervene to help. Male students often complete the first time, but it's also striking that the incidence jumps up exactly when people are in college, particularly when female students or self-identified female students are in college. Now you superimpose upon that the events of the last 4 years. So suddenly you have a large number of vulnerable students who've already been disrupted, sent back home from the environments where they were sent to college and are destabilized again. Or for many economically challenged students, they have no place to go at all. So they built up a social network, and suddenly that social network is again pulled out from under them. I will add, by the way, a lot of people lost their providers. I'll talk about again in a few minutes. Either their providers stopped seeing patients altogether or stopped seeing them in person, or they were afraid to go to their providers. For example, if they were sent home and lived with a family member who was immunocompromised or elderly or vulnerable, they may have been afraid to go out to get the psychiatric care they need. And one thing we've seen increasingly in the psychiatric ER, so I'll talk about more in a moment, are a large number of students, 20 to 25, who were very stable in psychiatric care, and then when COVID started, dropped out of psychiatric care and are now trying to return after a severe compromise over the last 2 years. And then you see the usual disruptions of life, the lack of rites of passage like prom, graduation. But with that, now a number of students are simply ill-equipped for the larger world. They're 2 years behind their peers in terms of socialization. They've spent 2 years at home. They haven't built up the inner resources to cope with the kind of psychiatric and like non-psychiatric stresses they're going to experience. And then I think it's important to mention, you can't talk about these issues without what's going on in the larger world. The movement for racial justice following the murder of George Floyd, the ongoing issues relating to reproductive health and abortion, the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Students, far more, I think, than other members of society, when they're already vulnerable, alone, and forming themselves, are traumatized enough by this experience, they actually come to the psychiatric ER to talk about it. It is very rare, it's not unheard of, but it's very rare that I see a patient who comes to the ER who is 70 years old and wants to talk about the attack on the Capitol. I have seen that in patients in the clinic or patients in long-term therapy where it's very traumatizing. But only among young people, these people actually present acutely to the ER where they can't even process the level of these events. I also think it's impossible to ignore the economic impact that the last few years have had on college students, coupled with the increasing cost of colleges. And you can see that college costs, as we all know, have gone up rapidly. And the earnings for people ages 22 to 27 have not gone up rapidly at all. Related to that, and I'll talk about this more when I talk about access to providers, many of these students simply cannot afford psychiatric care. They are in this unfortunate window where they are not wealthy enough to get private pay psychiatrists, but they're not poor enough to qualify for Medicaid or public services. And they fit into this frustrating niche where they have insurance plans that pay for mental health care, but there are no mental health providers that accept their insurance in the communities they're in. And maybe if you live in New York City, you can find a provider who accepts your insurance. But if you go to some place like Wyoming, where there are only a handful of adolescent psychiatrists at all, finding one who takes your insurance is not virtually impossible, it is impossible. And I'll actually show you the data for that in a moment or two. There also is some indication that suicidality and psychiatric illness relates to field of choice or career plan. We could have an interesting intellectual debate over whether this is a causative or treatment effect, meaning whether we're selecting students who are more stable to go into medicine and business than to go into the arts and humanities, or whether, and I think more likely, it is the destabilizing effect of not having secure income, a guarantee of a job when you graduate, factors of that sort. Particularly because we know that suicide rates actually increase rapidly in medicine once people enter the field. That trainees in medicine actually have a much higher rate of suicide than the population at baseline. And female trainees actually have 4 times the suicide rate of the population at baseline. What should make us even more unsettled by that is you're already factoring out all of the patients who have severe mental illness. If you have a schizophrenic break at 17, you don't make it to medical school. So the female trainees, house officers who are committing suicide at these very high rates are from a population of people who are already very resilient and very stable, which suggests strongly it's an environmental rather than a selection phenomenon. I will also add, this is definitely a United States phenomenon. COVID had an impact on mental health throughout the world, but it had far more of a mental health impact in the United States than it did in other Western developed nations. We actually, since somebody's probably wondering, we don't have valuable or meaningful data about these questions in places like China or Cuba. But when you compare this to Western Europe or Canada, or Japan for that matter, the number of adults who describe themselves as suffering from severe anxiety, stress, depression as a result of COVID was about a third of the population at the height of COVID in the United States. It never got near that in many other developed nations. And I will add, I'm not sure if I have data for this in a slide, but the data is readily available. Those numbers actually skyrocketed among people of college age. It's a much higher rate among college students than among other adults. And then you have the specifics here. So certain diseases like anxiety disorders, depressive disorders jumped, and you can see the numbers by magnitudes between 2019 and 2020. And lest you think, well, we're post-COVID now, maybe I wear a mask when I go to a family dinner, but the societal crisis is over. Those numbers have stayed high. Those numbers have not gone back down. So whatever triggered that anxiety is still with us. And then, as I mentioned, so young adults are much more vulnerable. And this gives you one sense that 56% of young adults reported symptoms of anxiety, depression during the height of the COVID pandemic, compared to only 20 to 30% of people over 65. And I will add, even though I don't have the data in front of me now, that number is actually even higher among college students as opposed to those not going to college. And we saw a substantial drop, as you all know, in the number of students going to college as a result of COVID. And this is affecting all of you in terms of college stability and finances and employment. So hopefully that will moderate. But it's also affecting the college experience of students, where they apply to a college with a large number of students of a certain caliber, and then suddenly they show up and there are only 40% of the students they thought were going to be there. And then finally, I want to emphasize there is an enormous shortage of psychiatric providers. And I want to explain, because some of you probably have had patients, family members, students who are trying to find psychiatric providers for. And I want to explain in detail why we've reached a point where there are so few providers. It's important to emphasize that physicians more broadly are a scarce resource. They're not a fungible resource like economics, because they're more like solid organs. You can't tomorrow say we're going to have 10,000 more psychiatrists. You need to create a pipeline of physicians to go to medical school and then residency and then be trained. So at a minimum, it probably takes a decade to make a significant shift in the demographics and the availability of physicians. It's also one of the reasons, not the only one, but one of the reasons it's been hard to diversify medicine compared to other fields and lead to more inclusion is simply because the training process and the rise process is a longer one. So that even though people entering medicine now are achieving gender parity, people further along the line have not yet. Undoubtedly, partly because of discrimination, but also partly because the pipeline is simply much, much slower in medicine. And this really affects training. It's also worth noting that the treatment of mental illness continues to be substantially underfunded. And this is for a number of reasons. One, there is a striking lack of political power among patients. So if you are a person with a physical illness, you may be a celebrity. You can think of it, Michael J. Fox comes to mind. You become the poster child of your illness. You can generate revenue. There are very few people out there generating revenue or support for severe mental illness. Often they rely on family members to do it, but there's still an enormous amount of stigma. And candidly, often the media portrayal does not portray these individuals in a way that makes people want to go out and donate funds. You think about the difference between the media portrayal of Michael J. Fox and the media portrayal of Kanye West or Britney Spears, and you see why it is hard to develop political support for increased mental health funding. The other major problem, which we've seen in New York under both Republicans and Democrats for 50 years now, is that the economic gains of addressing mental health crises are long-term, but the economic benefits of not addressing mental health crises are short-term. So if you cut the mental health budget in the short term, unless you reach an extraordinary tipping point, I would argue we're almost at that tipping point if we're not there, you can cull money out of the budget and spend it in other social services. Even if you're a well-intentioned person, you can spend it in education or other aspects of healthcare, and you won't notice it in the first few years. But you'll notice it 20 years down the line when people are bathing in fountains on Broadway. And I see a number of patients who are now coming to the ER on a regular basis who were in state hospitals for 20 years and were actually stable there and doing well, or in day treatment programs. And one day the state came along and said, okay, you're done now. You've gotten your care, go out into the world with very limited support. I will detour as an aside, because some of you are probably wondering why there are so many psychiatrically impaired homeless individuals in New York City. And if you think, well, this doesn't matter to college education, it is harder and harder to get mental health care for adolescents and young adults, because so much of our resources, thinking back to my joke about the bears, have to go to the people who are in desperate acute need, who are undomiciled, who are floridly psychotic on the streets of New York. And a series of very specific events led to this. We should not be, this is not something that happened Deus Machina from the sky. It's very serious. We can explain in great detail exactly how it happened. The first thing that happened was that because his sister, Rose Kennedy, suffered a lobotomy, and John Kennedy was very suspicious of the role of institutionalized psychiatry, he set up the mechanism for deinstitutionalization in the 1960s, the Community Health Act, Community Mental Health Act. His goal was not to empty out psychiatric facilities. His goal was simply to create the mechanism for people who were stable to live in the community. And then in the late 1960s, early 1970s, David Rosenhan, who was a prominent psychologist at Stanford, conducted a study. And his study involved sending healthy graduate students to psychiatric hospitals pretending to be mentally ill. And he published an article about this study called "On Being Sane in Insane Places That Transformed Psychiatry," because he demonstrated that his graduate students who showed up at hospitals saying they were hearing the words empty, hollow, or thud repeated over and over again in their ears, and the day they were admitted said they were better, were still all viewed as severely psychiatrically ill by the medical team, by their providers, that they stayed an average of 19 days. One of them stayed 52 days, and were all given, except one, diagnosis of schizophrenia in remission. And he basically convinced the public that psychiatric diagnosis was deeply flawed, and the state institutions were full of people who didn't need to be there. This occurred at the same time that there were a number of lawsuits against large state institutions. You may remember, for example, that Geraldo Rivera, back when he was a serious journalist, broke the story of what was going on at Willowbrook in Staten Island, where they were feeding feces-laden milkshakes to the children to figure out the natural course of hepatitis. There were hospitals like Milledgeville in Georgia and Bryson, Alabama, with thousands of patients whose only treatment was watchful waiting, long after the era when both psychotherapy and medication were available. So in that context, there was a fertile ground for someone who wanted to cut costs rapidly to cut costs rapidly. And then in the 1980s, the Reagan administration very aggressively used this data, both the toxic experiences of these large state hospitals and Rosenhan's study, to justify cutting psychiatric budgets and psychiatric beds. So, for example, in New York City in 1980, I believe there were 22,500 long-term beds. Now they're about 500. So that's an extraordinary difference. If you want to read a great book, by the way, I highly recommend Susanna Cahalan's book, The Great Pretender. It's a bestseller 2 years ago. She's the New York Post reporter who wrote Brain on Fire. And she said she was going to go back and find out what happened to the graduate students who pretended to be mentally ill in Rosenhan's study. And the most amazing thing she discovered was there weren't any. David Rosenhan's study, it seems, consisted of sitting in his office and making up interesting data that had no grounding in empirical reality. He never conducted the study. And yet the non-study, talk about scientific fraud, transformed the way we practice psychiatry, and has led to the opening of the floodgates that have swamped our resources in the outpatient setting that are keeping your students from getting care. That was a long narrative, but it shows you how there's an arc to this, and then we can talk about ways to undo some of this. The other thing I want to mention is that medicine is not a marketplace. You may think of medicine, doctors as operating in a free market the way lawyers do or barbers do, but they don't. Doctors, I'll get there in a second. Doctors rather operate as a guild. What do I mean by that? I mean, if you want to be a barber, what is the only barrier to becoming a barber? You learn how to cut hair, you apprentice with a barber, you pay your, I don't know, $100 fee to the state for a license, you open a barber shop, nobody will stop you. You want to build a law school, you raise enough money, you hire faculty, you build a building, you write to the state and say, I want to open a law school, and you got a law school. You can't do that in medicine. Medicine is regulated in such a way to artificially keep the number of providers low, either to improve quality and or to keep reimbursement high. And that both means that when your uncle, the orthopedist, says he has no obligation to help the poor because it's a free market, you can remind him that it's really not. His income is inflated as a result of that. But it also means that you need structural changes to meet the needs of patients. It's simply not that if more patients have more demand, there will be more supply accordingly. And I like to mention this actually dates all the way back to the Hippocratic Oath. You probably all have heard of the Hippocratic Oath, and you all think of it as an ethics rule. There actually aren't very many ethical principles in the Hippocratic Oath, as we inherited from Hippocrates of Kos. The two that stick out as memorable are that you shouldn't sleep with your patients. I will add, by the way, it was equal gendered. You shouldn't sleep with male patients or female patients as a male doctor. And you shouldn't share the confidences of your patients. It was also equal opportunity in a more disturbing way because it applied to both free citizens and slaves. Everything else in the Hippocratic Oath is a guild rule. And the guild principles are things like don't teach the secrets of medicine to anybody except the sons of other doctors. And don't share the secrets of medicine with non-doctors, or whatever you do, perform surgery. Because then the surgeons, when they were a separate profession, will start interfering with our business and our turf and start practicing medicine. And I mention that because those traditions are still with us very strongly. And you should think of doctors in the same way you think of liquor licenses or taxi medallions or radio waves that are artificially controlled and regulated by the state, because that explains how we've gotten to be where we are now. And there are now about 25,000 practicing psychiatrists in the United States, and they are highly unevenly distributed. So you can see there are about 6,000 in California, and there are about 42 in Wyoming. There are only about 8,300 practicing child and adolescent psychiatrists in the United States. And you should think about it. You should compare that to people in your own discipline, whether it's English or history or anthropology. The numbers tend to be much, much higher. This is a very small number of people to treat all of the children and adolescents' mental health in the US. And in some states, the numbers are infinitely small. There are 8 child psychiatrists in all of Wyoming. Making matters more concerning, these numbers are getting worse. So the number of psychiatrists decreased for years and then started to stabilize prior to COVID for the first time. And then it went off the charts. Why? Psychiatrists, and I will add, by the way, not just psychiatrists, but psychologists, social workers who provide therapy, the same principles apply to all of them. But I talk about psychiatry because this is where I do my research, are the oldest of any medical profession. That does not mean we've been around the longest. That means the average age of psychiatrists is older than other fields. And when you think about it, that makes sense. Why? Because you can practice psychiatry fairly competently if you're lucky until you're 80 or 90. All you got to do is sit in a chair. You got to think a little bit, you got to talk a little bit. You don't need to have great motor skills. You don't have to have great stamina. To be a neurosurgeon, you got to stand in an ER for 12 to 14 hours a day and have really, really steady hands. There are very few, if any, neurosurgeons practicing at 80. So that means the average age of psychiatrists historically has been older. And it meant that using that guild system I talked about, where the government and the colleges of physicians artificially set the number of doctors, they've set the number of people entering psychiatry much, much lower, knowing they'll work much, much longer. And then COVID came along, and all of those doctors who were 65 or 70, who thought they were going to work 20 more years, decided, you know, I kind of like being at home with my spouse, or life is short. I'm not going to take any more chances. I want to go do what I always wanted to do. Maybe they keep seeing their own patients. They certainly don't take any new ones. They don't take patients in person, or a lot of them simply gave their patients 6 months notice and shut down. And now you have a whole new pool of patients looking for providers. At the same time, you have this mental health crisis in society of new patients looking for providers. Who are the people who are most likely to be shortchanged by that? The adolescents and college students who have the least access to the resources to support them, are often in new cities who don't have established markets for care, and often don't have the longstanding relationships to get the right referrals. And I will add, as you can see from this, many areas of the country have no psychiatrists at all. And it's much worse in child and adolescent psychiatry. There are, I believe, 10 states that have fewer child and adolescent psychiatrists than my building where I work in New York City. The numbers are just stunning. And this gives you a sense. So the dark blue counties, and I can't help pointing, there is some correlation between this and the political map if you look at congressional districts, have no child trained psychiatrists at all. You can ask yourself, is my college in one of these communities? Are my students who are coming to college from one of these communities? And then you might think, well, how about non-MD alternatives? And I will add, unlike many of my colleagues, in principle, I'm a big supporter of non-MD alternatives. So a number of states, now 5 of them, allow psychologists to prescribe. And I think that's a good thing. I think psychologists go to school for a long time, they are trained, maybe they miss some rare, obscure medical condition, but they have other skill sets they bring to the table. I am absolutely fine with that, unlike the New York State or federal American Psychiatric Associations. NPs are increasingly filling a void where psychiatrists are not, including in New York State, where with the right preliminary training, an NP can practice just like a psychiatrist. So if you have children or grandchildren who want to be psychiatrists and want to save a lot of money, maybe they become DNPs instead and do the exact same job. The only problem is both of these groups, while they're doing meaningful work, are not filling the void that the systems were changed to have them fill. Instead, they are treating the exact same patients, and we have data for this, high-end patients, private pay patients, that physicians were treating before. And since there's still such a high demand for psychiatrists, even among self-paying upper middle class people, it never trickles down. You would need to vastly expand the number of other professionals, DNPs, psychologists, therapists available prescribing to make a difference in lower middle class families and the kinds of students you're seeing in college. And then I'd like to point out that mental health overall is chronically underfunded in a staggering way. So using a combination of life saved and quality adjusted life years, these are two charts that show two different ways of measuring whether diseases are overfunded or underfunded. Diseases where the lines run to the right on the top chart, or to the right on the right-hand chart, or to the upper left on the left-hand chart, are overfunded per life saved. And this may actually surprise some of you, because historically, diseases like HIV and breast cancer were terribly underfunded. But in the last decade, there's actually been a shift, and individual patients per capita now actually get more dollars spent than other patients in relation to their illness. That does not mean the whole system might not be underfunded, but it's when you compare patients with HIV or breast cancer to patients with schizophrenia that you get a chart like this. And as you know, that the underfunded patients, when you look at the whole pool, are those that run to the left on the right-hand chart and to the bottom right on the right-hand chart. And depression does very badly, psychosis does very badly. I always like to point out, by the way, I can't resist, the bottom right-hand corner of the left-hand chart, that little triangle that you can probably see in the bottom right-hand corner, that's pandemic preparedness in 2010. So it shows you maybe we are more skewed than we think. And more broadly speaking, we overfund medical diseases in relation to psychiatric diseases. So that's NIH funding and clinical trial funding. On the right for medical diseases like heart disease, HIV, cancer, traumatic brain injuries, infectious disease. On the left for a wide range of psychiatric disorders. You don't need to know the details. What you need to take away from the chart is that the scale on the right is in billions and the scale on the left is in millions. So it's a magnitude of difference between medical care and psychiatric funding. So this gives you a sense of NIH funding for various diseases. Suicide prevention, about $50 million. Bipolar disorder, about $92 million. In contrast, in 2018, we spent $490 million on Halloween costumes for our pets. That's worth thinking about where our society's priorities are. And I'd like to emphasize, particularly if you ask people, would I rather prevent suicide or have a Halloween costume for my pet? I would like to think everybody would choose the former rather than the latter. So it's a market-based collective action problem. It's a dilemma of the commons rather than some lack of human individual will. And this shows you the consequences of the secondary pandemic. So this is the average Americans reporting anxiety before the pandemic started, January 19, and then once the pandemic was starting to stabilize, and 4 times as much. And this gives you the same thing with anxiety and depressive disorders by age, and you can see that it's much worse for the young. And again, you can see that depression turned out to be much worse for the young and continues at this level. Suicide plots have increased vastly as a result of COVID. There is a pronounced gender difference that is worth pointing out. There are certain underlying gender differences in the reporting of mental illness. And I want to emphasize, because it's not necessarily that these are gender differences in mental illness, but they're certainly in the reporting of mental illness, be willing of people to come and get care. And younger women are more likely to be willing to get care than younger men for a lot of structural and social reasons. But we also saw that the number of women, and particularly young women, reporting that they felt stress or a negative impact psychiatrically as a result of COVID was higher than men and much higher among young women. You can see that 69% of women ages 18 to 29 reported feeling worry or stress as a result of COVID that had a negative impact on their mental health, compared to, let's say, 27% of men over 65. I also want to mention the impact of this on impaired applicants, which, if anybody's interested, I can send you my recent article on the subject. I'm very interested in this. I do a lot of admissions work at Mount Sinai and have elsewhere, and we're seeing an increasing number of impaired applicants. And they raise a very distinctive set of questions. These are applicants who either, when they apply, manifest psychiatric illness in their application, or they show up on campus for an interview or a college tour or a medical school tour, and it's very clear they're impaired. Some basic rules, so HIPAA, the confidentiality rules don't apply to you as a faculty member or me as an admissions officer, because they're not patients. They're simply people in the community, we're simply observers. I am not an expert on federal education law, but my understanding is that the Federal Education Rights and Privacy Act may not apply to their conduct, even though it will apply to their application. So you may still be able to refer them to the appropriate services to report them, independent of the fact that they're college or medical school applicants. But then the question arises twofold. One is the logistical medical question. How entangled should either an admissions office or faculty become in the welfare of people who are not yet their students or simply appearing on their campus as strangers? Do they have an obligation to contact the family? Do they have an obligation to contact whatever school, high school, or undergraduate college the individual is coming from to try to hook them up with the resources? And then the ethical issue I'm particularly interested in is, do we give these students quote unquote second chances? If you show up for your law school interview and you're floridly psychotic because you have bipolar disorder and you broke through your medication, or you're so depressed that you tell the admissions officer you're suicidal, and then you get stabilized 6 months later and you're a great applicant and you apply again, should we take into account the experience that brought you there in the first place? There are legal issues related to that, but also ethical issues related to that as well. I also want to mention that if you feel burned out as a faculty member, you are definitely not alone. The same phenomena I've talked about at the undergraduate level and the graduate school level are applying to faculty as well. I see an increasing number of college faculty in the ER compared to, I mean, to be blunt, I almost never saw college faculty members in a psychiatric ER before 3-4 years ago. And now I've seen an increasing number, some of whom have been traumatized by the COVID experience, some of whom had very treatable conditions that they were stable with for years, who simply were afraid to get care as a result of COVID and dropped out of the system and are now trying to come back. And many of whom also feel beset by students who, for psychiatric and social reasons, are far more challenging now for them than they were 3 or 4 years ago. So what can we do about all this? So I think the key point I want to make is that early intervention is essential, that by the time you show up in my ER, we're already far too far down the path for us to make the kind of changes that we really need to make. So first, schools need to do a better job educating students and parents in advance about the mental health resources available on the campus. Most people show up at the college campus, unless they've asked in advance, they know nothing about the psychiatric resources available, and colleges don't make any effort to inform you beyond sending you a brochure. I think high schools and particularly colleges need to be more candid with high-risk students and offer more pathways and creative solutions to help students who might make great college students, but also have severe or significant psychiatric stresses or disabilities, be able to function in that environment. And I think there are 2 ways of doing that. Actually, there are 2 ways of doing that, and one other point I want to make. So first, we need to prevent students from crashing and burning. I think when students start having distress, we need to intervene quickly and say, we know you're not going to make it through. We have data that students in your situation don't. Take off time. Here's a way to make this happen that is financially viable for you, where you actually can get the help you need, and then come back and we'll pretend none of this ever happened, rather than it being a stigma upon you going forward, because that scares people from getting care. And there needs to be a way to let people who want to go far away to college and go to high-end elite universities defer that enrollment for a year or 2 because they're academically qualified but not psychiatrically yet fit to spend a year or 2 at a community college knowing they're already on a pathway somewhere else, or spend time at a local good university where they have their social supports and then slowly make that transition. And we have no mechanism right now for doing that. And then finally, we need much more financial flexibility for students in mental health crisis. Because once you have mental health crisis and you have to leave the university, suddenly your debt explodes. Suddenly, if you're living in campus housing, you may not be able to live there anymore. I have seen patients who basically say, I would take a leave of absence, but if I take a leave of absence, I end up homeless. And that should be a situation we never see. And finally, in the last 5-10 minutes, I want to talk about a couple of composite cases that are based on real facts, changed enough so that you won't recognize the people, to show you the kinds of issues that we're seeing now in the psychiatric ER and how we're trying to handle them. So case number 1, a first-year student is brought by emergency medical services to a major urban hospital psychiatric emergency room in early October after reported suicide attempt via overdose on her antidepressant. Student's an American citizen, but her family lives in Europe, where one parent works in business. She's a great aunt in the city where she currently attends school, but has not contacted her since her arrival and no other local relatives. On evaluation, The ED psychiatrist learns the patient carries diagnoses of major depressive disorder and also post-traumatic stress disorder secondary to a sexual assault in high school, as well as cluster B personality traits that are reflected in multiple episodes of non-lethal self-injurious behavior. Patient has 2 prior overdoses, the most recent 8 months earlier. Her psychiatrist is based in Europe and is not licensed to practice in the United States, but has had monthly Zoom sessions with the patient since her arrival in the US in August. Prior to that time, she met with a therapist, a psychiatrist weekly. Her mother has been filling the patient's prescriptions for an SSRI in Europe and mailing her the pills. The student reports feeling isolated and not connecting with her fellow students, but she's determined to stick it out for a year and transfer schools at some point. She very much wants to become a psychologist, and her grades so far in college are passing, if not strong. All of this was highly predictable and arguably highly preventable. First point I want to make is the student or her family, because maybe she wasn't capable of doing this, really needed to communicate all of this to the college before she got there and arrange care for her in advance. And I won't say it was malpractice, but it was certainly a very poor choice for a provider in another jurisdiction having no meaningful contact and no meaningful prescribing power to send her off to the United States without trying to arrange for alternative care. The student, for example, might have lived away from home for a year in Europe and done something educational and seen how she did away from home with a psychiatric history before coming halfway across the world. But the other half is I have the advantage of I see hundreds of these cases a year. And I can tell you that without a significant change, this patient is not going to graduate. And in the short term, at least, they're not going to become a psychologist. The patient needs to have an opportunity to regroup and start again in a way that is both economically non-penalizing and is supportive enough in an environment to help her get back to original school in the long run. And that can be done. If she takes off a year, goes to a college in Europe or a smaller, more cozy environment, gets stabilized, gets good care, and then comes back to her school, she may do fine. But sticking it out in this environment, as I see this over and over again, will simply lead to a second admission and then a third presentation and eventually an admission. And eventually her family will come and pick her up and take her back to Europe, which does happen more often than you might imagine. Second kind of case to think about, and this is one that some of you may see in the field on a regular basis. You are teaching an introductory first-year class in your field. One of the students has been oddly related from day one, answering questions in ways that appear somewhat illogical and occasionally appearing to look like responding to internal stimuli, but remaining quiet and not disrupting class. The other students appear to realize he's off by their reactions to his comments, but generally ignore him entirely. He fails the first exam, and you ask to speak with him after class and ask how he's doing. He doesn't make eye contact, says he's fine and will study harder, and then adds to his trouble studying because he believes his roommate poisoned the water in their room. I have received many calls from faculty members who I know socially, friends of friends, describing situations very similar to this one. So there are many different possible answers to what you should do in a situation that are beyond the scope of this talk. But the 2 key points I want to make is you want to know how to handle the situation in advance before it occurs. You as a faculty member do not need to entangle yourself in psychiatric care for your patients or for your students, excuse me, a classic Freudian slip. But you do want to know what psychiatric resources are available to them. And I think it's very helpful to set up for yourself guidelines in advance for how you're going to handle these situations. Because once you're in the moment, it is much easier to let your instinctive nature to be kind and helpful people override your better judgment on what the appropriate boundaries are for where you want to be involved. And there can be lots of negative consequences, not just for you from getting overly involved, but unforeseen consequences to the student. And the second thing I want to make is you are not overreacting. The conversation I have over and over again with people is someone says, I think the student may be psychotic or may be in a danger, but they might not be. I don't want to ruin their career and get them in trouble or get the dean involved if it's not the case. Your instincts, you've been doing this for a long time, are very skilled, are probably right. You're not calling the dean's office or mental health services for a patient, for a student every week. So when somebody really triggers you and you feel that something is off, something is probably profoundly off, and you're better off acting than not acting. I will pause there because I think I spoke for about an hour and nobody should ever speak that long. And I will stop and take some questions.
Thank you, Jacob. This was incredibly interesting and so on target for our conversations today. Would you like to call your own questions or would you like me to do that?
It's probably easier if you do it,
Okay,
if you can.
I shall do that. Is it Corinne? Did we do that?
It's Corin.
Corin,
Can you
I'm
hear
so
me?
sorry. Corin, yes.
Yes. So, I think I really appreciate, it was so useful. One of the things that I'm concerned about that, we are getting pressure, at our university to make accommodations for students, like to attend class virtually because of their anxiety and things like that. When we, this is department chairs having conversations, when we thought it's probably better that the students actually take a medical leave or attend a university closer to home or an online university, but our university is private and has a financial incentive to keep those students enrolled and attending here, as opposed to having them take that medical leave. So I'm wondering how we can talk up to those in power about this in terms of the best interests of the students.
That's a really good question. And I engage with that periodically. So there's a long-term solution and then a short-term issue. The long-term solution, because anecdotally, these students do very badly, is to ask your administration, all I want you to do is keep track of how many students you accommodate this way that don't return the next semester or don't come back. Because if you actually have evidence 3 years from now, if this isn't working, it affects both their bottom line as well as the students' interest. But I think the second issue is to emphasize that the goal is not to get rid of these students. The goal is to find ways to work with these students while they're away or taking leave of absence so that they will come back and the university still will make money. They'll do better in the long run if they have a higher graduation rate and these students succeed and say, our university really, or our college, they went out of their way to make sure I was ready before I came and still supported me. People who drop out generally don't say good things about their colleges. It's a great question.
Thank you.
I have a question. Would you speak to the concept of triggers for faculty? I know everybody's concerned about trigger warnings, for students, but I often wonder about trigger warnings for faculty, and I'm thinking in terms of walking into a department atmosphere, that is unfriendly and likely to trigger, prior trauma, whether that's trauma from generational trauma, whether that's trauma from early on, or trauma from another experience, perhaps at another college or university or work situation.
Sure. So I always say my general view, not just about trigger warnings, but about all of psychiatric care in terms of how it should play out in the public setting, is there is a common sense element involved, and there's a respect for others element involved, and they work hand in hand, but they're different things. So what I always say is there are some topics which an intuitive person can figure out are going to be upsetting to a large number of people. So when I'm with the medical students and I show a PTSD video of someone who suffered through the Holocaust, I make a point of saying to them before we start, this is going to be a traumatic video. If you want to step out, I fully understand that. Because I assume that a lot of people in the room may feel that way. I don't feel like I'm losing my academic freedom in any way by doing that. There are also going to be things that are upsetting or triggering to some people that it's not intuitive at all that I would know. And I think it behooves the individual who has those sorts of triggers to let the people in charge know these are the things that concern me, please warn me. And then respect for people in common decency says, of course, you should let them know in advance. So I think the two play off each other. It always puzzles me on the one hand that people get their dander up about doing the common decency and saying, look, this may upset you. On the other hand, I always puzzle that people are unwilling to be proactive, maybe because they're afraid of stigma, and say, look, this is really upsetting to me. I don't need to explain to you why, but if we're going to do this, please let me know. I don't know if that was a helpful answer.
It is from my perspective. I see Erwin has his hand up. Erwin?
Yes, I was unmuting. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. And it raises a question which I think just about every faculty member has faced and it refers to your last comments about not overreacting. The issue comes up when you approach a student, whether it's on an academic level or psychological level, and the student doesn't recognize the issue. So that the student says, well, I'm fine. You say, well, you know, you seem to have problems. Should we talk to somebody about this? And perhaps you need psychological help. And the student's reaction is, I really am okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it okay. No, I really don't need any help. What does the faculty member do in that case? The faculty member may recognize that the student does have the problem. Does that mean that the faculty member refers the person without permission, without support and approval? Is there a legal issue in doing that? Or does the faculty member simply accept the student's judgment and let it go at that? So it's a very tricky issue, because in many cases, the student and the faculty member do not agree that the issue is there.
That's a great point and a great question. I will respond with two thoughts. One, the ideal approach to all these questions is a teamwork-based approach. So rather than sitting down with a student alone, one would sit down with a student with several other people who in one capacity or another work with the student or know them, because when three people talk to you, it is both some more validity maybe to the student, but also is more protective to you. But I think my approach, which I've done with students in other settings before, is I say, I will add this before I was a psychiatrist. I would say, I am not a psychiatrist. I'm not an expert in this. I can't make a judgment meaningfully whether you're okay or not. So I feel like I need to refer you to someone who actually can, and they may find that you're fine. And if they do, that'll reassure both of us, and you'll go back to being my student and living your life. But I think for both of our sakes, we need someone with expertise. Some students may resist that, but I think that's much more protective of you and of the relationship than just saying, I think this is the problem. With that in mind, I always say the downside of being wrong is the student is either inconvenienced or they have their ego harmed in some way, or at worst, they have some kind of minor stress or trauma of being evaluated by a psychiatrist. But at the opposite side, they show up in your classroom with a weapon or assault a stranger, is a much higher stakes result. So I would always err on the side of caution.
Thanks.
I would even have one more thought. What I always like to say in medicine, but I think it applies to education too. If you explain to your bosses or to the public what you did, and you say, I met all the letters of the law, but what you did doesn't make any sense to them, nobody's going to be very forgiving. But if you explain what you did, and they say that seems like what a decent, rational person would do, even if you haven't technically met all the legal standards, you're still going to do much better in the long run.
Great point. Thank you. Sophie, I see you're up next. Claudia, if you could put your other hand up, that would be helpful. Then you'll queue up.
Oh.
Sophie?
Hi, everybody. Sorry, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Hi. Oh, great. I'm so sorry I can't put myself on Zoom. I'm actually in Massachusetts with my daughter who's turning 21 at her college this week. So I've been listening, and both of these presentations this morning have been absolutely fabulous. I wanted to really address this last presentation, though, because I do think that mental health is at crisis proportions in higher ed for both faculty and student cohorts. And I just want to let you know, I think help is on the way, I hope. I am a federal grant reviewer for the United States Department of Education, and I am about to start reviewing 100 to 150 grants worth about $400 million that are from applicants, higher education institutions, K through 12 institutions all over the United States for school-based mental health services and best practice demonstration grants. So the United States Department of Education is very, very, very aware of the lack of services, both at the K through 12 levels and at the post-secondary levels. And I think from my perspective, their goal is to try to get folks, up to speed, tooled up to par, certified, and place more mental health professionals in school settings, whether it's K through 12 or post-secondary settings. So I know that doesn't specifically address what we're talking about today in higher ed, but I know that the demonstration grants will be best practice grants. And I'm really hoping from doing this process as a reviewer and learning that they will enable me and allow me to share some of the best practice programs that we could really rapidly implement in higher education, because I think time is of the essence here. And I think, to your point, there are some ethical issues about what, the burdens that faculty face and what have you. But I think that one of the unintended consequences of the pandemic is that we have ongoing social emotional issues in the United States in every sector of education, whether it's public or private education. And so the Department of Education recognizes this and is actually putting forward almost $500 million worth of discretionary grant funds to address the issue.
That's the best news I've heard in a while.
Yeah, well, hope is on the way. That's all I can say.
If I can help in any way, please reach out, because we definitely need
Of course.
That's great. Thank you. And that's another great part of this conference is that we're bringing people together who can help work together. Sophie, if you're done, Claudia, you're up.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Appel. I'm very glad to have heard from you. And the main reason for that is that there's been a perfect segue from the previous to the present, because what comes to my mind as a clinical psychologist is, insofar as any of us are uncomfortable with the atmospheres we work in at colleges, that's all going to filter down to the students. That's the one link I haven't heard this morning between the two presenters, because it isn't just about situations purely personal to a student or external to the school, but it's also about the internal, the academic environment right there. Insofar as faculty is deeply uncomfortable with the situations in which they're forced to work, that cannot help but filter down to the students. And then as for Dr. Yalowitz, there was one situation where I was not yet degreed. I was working on the basis of master's degrees in a college, and I spotted a student who was acting just beyond the pale. And I had the sense to go to the right contact in the school and mention this. It was a community college, private college, and the student, to my pleased relief, had already been identified to the proper personnel in the school as being questionable for suitability for staying in the classroom. And so this was made note of. And then 1 week later, the student went into florid psychosis in the classroom. And I immediately was able to pick up the phone, contact the individual on site, and I said, this person has to be removed from the classroom. I do not want it to turn into danger for any other student or myself. She was pointing her rage or whatever it was at me. The individual came on scene immediately. She was removed and she was referred for psychiatric care. So we can never fail to present. We cannot let any fears or concerns about how we'll be seen, or will we be censured in some way. We have to come to young people's aid instantly if we want to be effective as human beings, not just faculty. So I think that's about enough out of me.
Now, you made several great points. I want to emphasize two things that you raised. One, you implicitly raised. If you're noting something about a student, it's not just going to be in your classroom. It's going to be everywhere else too. So you're simply going to be the first person to bring it forward or the second, but you're not going to be the only one. And so we all need to work together in that sort of way. I will hold my second thought until we get some more questions.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for that. Sophie, did you have another question, or can I move on to Anne?
Yeah, no, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay,
You've
all right,
addressed
great.
everything.
Thank you so much, Anne.
Right. Well, I work for the City University in New York, and the last figure I knew was that we had 250,000 students. I'm retired now, but I worked at one of our community colleges. Really, large number of students. I can't even remember the numbers now. And when I started in my department, we had a psychological counselor who was actually kind of not attached, but linked to our department, because we work with, well, at the time, students who were called developmental education students, open admission students, students who might not have been prepared for college in the traditional sense that at least some of us who are older kind of maybe think about what a traditional college student is. And over 30 years there, hiring for psychological counseling has diminished so terribly that the ratio of students to a counselor makes it impossible, or nearly impossible, to get get the help that the student needs. The other problem is that the administration doesn't necessarily want to deal with things. And we have the most horrendous example that I remember is a male student sitting in the back of the classroom exposing himself. Now, to me, that goes beyond psychological issue. I mean, that is criminal behavior. And the reason I say that is the faculty person tried so hard to get this student removed from the classroom. And eventually, and nothing was ultimately done. And eventually she resigned. And at the time, my thought was, and I may be wrong, that this borders on criminal behavior. And if, this person were in my class, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Am I going to call the police? I mean, administrations don't want police on campus. So, I mean, I think my overall point is, and I don't know what the situation is at other people's institutions, but the support is just not there. And faculty have to become social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists. And then when we reach out for the professional assistance that we need, it's very, very lacking. So I'm glad to hear an earlier speaker, Sophie, I think, say that there are, grants and so forth. But at our university, at least when I was there, conscious decisions were made to hire what they call academic counselors, to counsel students on academic issues, but they're not even allowed, to counsel on psychological issues. So we need to have a society and academia that really takes this stuff seriously. And I hope people at other institutions, have a better experience or better supports than, I remember having 8, 9 years ago. I don't know if there's an answer to that question. I mean,
Yeah, it's just an ongoing challenge.
who would not, who would disagree, right? That we need the supports, but I think at some point we got to be anchored in the in the real world that we are working in.
Agreed.
Thank you, Anne. Good comments. Mary Rose.
Hey, yeah, actually, and I want to bring in, Leah had a question which I relates to something Kelly put in terms of, and Jacob, I don't know if you know about this, but I mean, at least at my institution, I mean, we have the required trainings, right? Federally mandated trainings about various things. And I mean, I believe that I'm a mandated reporter as a faculty member. So, because Leah's question is that if we know that a student is having mental health issues, not suicidal, not acute, because they told us, and we've asked to help them, or asked to help them connect with a counseling center, and they haven't taken.
No.
Should we or should we not tell the counseling center about that situation? I mean, I guess it's more clear cut if like the student is suicidal, that's a no-brainer, that has to be reported. But what about the scenario where it's maybe not an acute mental health issue, but it's there?
I mean, my granted, there's not a one-size-fits-all answer, unfortunately, but my instinct is to err on the side of caution and say yes, and to be candid with the student about it. What I do like to emphasize, though, and I've seen this change in the ER recently over the last 5 years, I would say at least half of the students we used to see were involuntarily in the ER, did not want to be there for one reason or another, like Dr. Hilla was mentioned. Most of the students we see now want care. The challenge is not forcing care on people who don't want it. It's either finding care for people who desperately want it or making them comfortable getting the care. So there may be students who say, I don't want health services or counseling involved at all, and draw a line in the sand. There are a lot more who are simply afraid it's going to have consequences for them, or afraid health services are going to call their parents to take them home. So often something like saying, if you want to, I'll walk you over there, or I'll help you look up online what resources are available, is not entangling you too much. And for a student who actually wants care, can be enormously helpful.
Great point. All right, Cranigan.
What do you recommend in a situation where there's a student with an LGBTQ student whose family is not safe, right? And they have to, so you can't refer them back to that community or that set of resources for support, because that is an unsafe support community. But also they have, as we know, there's such a, that population is at high risk for all the things that you're talking about. So what kind of recommendations do you have for that?
Yes, I mean, it taps into a much larger question of patients and often adolescents whose families simply reject their view of the world. So the one we see often, because we're located downtown in Manhattan, are religious Jewish families, Hasidic Jewish families, whose adolescent kids' psychiatric illness, quote unquote, is they don't want to stay in the Hasidic Jewish community, which is not a psychiatric illness, but it raises similar philosophical questions about parental oversight and how to get people support. I think the most important thing is no professor in any college is going to be equipped to handle that on their own. Ideally, not only is there an LGBT services center at your college, but also there are going to be clinics, like in New York City, Callan Lord, which is a full service psychiatric clinic that serves, among others, the gay and lesbian population, is going to have all the resources this student needs to at least grapple with that context and find them resources outside of that particular clinic if they're going back home. So getting them to the right person is really the key. And I think that's the one thing, if you take nothing else away from here, You don't need to be able to answer any of these questions. You just need to know who the people you are to help get the student to who can answer the questions.
Terrific. Thank you. Catherine.
Yes, hi, thank you for this presentation. I have a question. This may be a specific, but at least I really need a recommendation. This is first time I ever experienced it in class where a student, I don't know if she wants attention, but it was in the beginning of it was first day, and she was introducing herself, and she was telling us about her interest, and she says that over the summer she skinned a bird, and she kept the inside of the bird in her room in jars. And I teach criminal justice, so I'm thinking something else. So what do you recommend? Does she want attention, or students are shocked and they don't, they're making comments,
I think the short answer is I think I would definitely meet with the student, and I would definitely explore the issue with her further. Because there's a wide range of reasons you could do this, and a wide range of reasons you could tell the story. You could come from a cultural context where this is actually not that abnormal, and not realize they're saying something inappropriate and people are horrified by it. And I've seen that happening in different ways. You could be floridly psychotic and delusional about this. You could be personality disordered. So I think you'd sit down and figure out in a layperson's terms which factor is going on, and then triage them accordingly. Often I've discovered students will say things that they don't understand or utterly inappropriate. And once you explain it to them, particularly if they're 18 years old, they're suddenly shocked that they've done this and then feel very sheepish about it. I always like to add, there's a widespread belief that killing animals is indication that you're sociopathic. Because if you look it up online, McDonald's triad is bedwetting, fire setting, and cruelty to animals, means you're going to end up being a sociopath, but you need to have all three of them. So the number of parents who call me and say, my kid is wetting the bed, I read online he's going to be a psychopath when he's 5 years old, is very alarming. So it's a great question, but I think you need to explore more before you can answer.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that is probably the end of the line. I think it's probably the end of the line because it's time for lunch and cocktails. So I am available. Feel free to email me, reach out if you have any other questions or want to talk about these issues.
I appreciate that so much, Jacob. We have Julie Schmidt from AAUP National here to talk up next about the recent AAUP AFT affiliation, which a lot of people want to know about. It's a little bit of a break from our topic, but I do want to bring up something that Leah put in the chat, and she's, should I tell them, worried about students not trusting her. I think that, perhaps others will agree with me, but it has been my experience that it is in fact better to have spoken out and had it be nothing than to not have spoken out and have it be something. And that there is always hopefully some repair that can be done with a student afterwards if you come to them with the or to a faculty member and letting them know that you're coming with their best interests in mind and with a curiosity about how things can improve for everyone. It seems to be a little bit more readily received. So I don't know if Jacob had any comments on that, and certainly we can address that, some of those issues as we look towards creating opportunities for positive change, which will be the focus of our final presentation. So just before so that we know what's coming up next. So our luncheon speaker from 12 to 12:30, as I said, is Julie Schmidt. She's ready to go. Our afternoon speaker will be Dr. Laura Keishley, talking about the faculty experiences with bullying. And then we will have our panel discussion, mental health in higher ed, creating opportunities for positive change. So with that, let somebody else into the meeting, and I will turn this over to Julie. Welcome, Julie. Julie, for those of you who don't know her, is the executive director, as I said, of AAUP National, and she's got boatloads of experience in the academic labor movement, 3 decades worth, and has served as the chief of staff and higher ed campaign director for AFT Wisconsin for 5 years. She was in AAUP's Department of Organizing and Services for 6 years, has numerous publications on higher ed and union organizing. And we are thrilled as always to have Julie here. So thank you, Julie.
Thank you all for inviting me, and it's special thank you to Sally and Mary Rose for the invite. It's nice to see folks I know, and also new faces and new whatever we call them, Zoom tiles. I'm going to go ahead. I think after talking to Sally, what seemed like it would be helpful is just a very practical overview of the affiliation and sort of where things stand with, sort of how it's rolling out. So I did do some slides because I think it's helpful on Zoom to have the visual cue. So I am going to share my screen here, and hopefully I won't screw that up too much. Let's see. Looks like that's the end of the slideshow. Let's go back to the beginning of the slideshow. There we go. All right. So like I said, I'm just going to give a little overview and then leave time at the end for any questions you all have. So just to kind of step back in time a little bit and then catch us up to a few days ago. As you all know, the AAUP and AFT pursued affiliation. It was overwhelmingly approved by AAUP chapter and section delegates at our biennial meeting in June. Its official date, the date it went into effect, was August 1. And so really the past few months have been spent on implementation. So things that should have happened so far, and if you're an individual for whom you haven't received your card, or if you're at a CB chapter, if you're a CB chapter officer and this stuff hasn't happened, feel free to reach out to me. But all AAUP members' cards have been mailed out. So if you haven't received it yet, let us know. All AAUP CB chapters have been assigned AFT local numbers and have been granted charters. My understanding is the charters are in the process of being sent to chapter presidents. So that's, if you're a chapter treasurer or chapter member and you're wondering, did we get our AFT local charter? Talk to your chapter president. They should be able to answer that. The other thing that has happened over the past couple months is that the American Federation of Teachers has set up meet and greets between their state federations and AAUP CB chapters. There was one of those with NYSC. It happened, I'm going to say a couple weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Just a reminder about why the affiliation was pursued. I think both parties really saw it as value added for both of our organization's members. AAUP, we are the voice of the profession, or, if you want to put it in trade union terms, we're the industry standard. We bring something to the table that no other organization does. When you think about academic freedom, shared governance, tenure, and sort of our vision of what tenure really is, which isn't a merit badge for the few, but really a right that all faculty should have after an appropriate probationary period. We think together that AAUP and AFT are greater than the sum of our parts. And honestly, I think one of the things driving the affiliation was the challenges facing the profession. We were already, I think, in crisis because of funding cuts, the student loan crisis. I mean, there were a number, just generally the way neoliberalism has affected higher ed. And I think COVID really exacerbated that. You add to that sort of the state of things in the country right now, and we really felt like, the AAUP felt like this was the time. Just a brief overview, kind of these are the high points of the agreement for those of you who didn't have a chance to review it in the spring this year or to attend the biennial meeting. Under the agreement, AAUP maintains its autonomy and independence. Our dues are our dues, our budget is our budget, our officers are our officers. AAUP still decides on things like censure and sanction, on Red Book policy statements, on whatever sort of statement we want to make on the state of higher ed. None, those are decisions that belong to us. AFT is providing financial support for key programs that benefit the profession as a whole. So what do I mean by that? I mean things like our faculty compensation survey, which any faculty member can access, whether you're an AAUP member, an AFT member, a member of no organization, you know, SEIU, UAW, whatever. Also things like the work of our Department of Academic Freedom, Tenure, and Governance. If any of you have ever dealt with that department, they're the ones who deal with investigations of violations of academic freedom, you know, and tenure, other policies of ours. And they will help anybody, right? They help any member of the profession. They don't limit it to AAUP members. So AFT is helping to provide support for those programs because they serve such a essential value for the higher ed community as a whole. AAUP and AFT are going to work together on our Summer Institute. We're going to collaborate on joint trainings and resources where appropriate. I mean, I think there's some places where that doesn't make sense. There's some where it does. And we're going to collaborate on legislative programs at the state and federal level. So just a little bit of information that kind of gets a little more in the weeds of the agreement. AAUP now is affiliated with the AFL-CIO through this AFT affiliation. So what does that mean practically for members? What it means is you're members of the AFL-CIO. The per capita for that comes out of the national dues you pay the AAUP. So there's no change in that for you. It's just you're also a member of the AFT and the AFL. CB chapters, as part of the affiliation, join the state AFL and the local Central Labor Council where applicable. Not every state has these bodies, but where they do. And I know in New York, there's a very active state AFL, and of course the labor council has been active as well at different, you know, the regional labor councils. Information on all this is available on our website, so please check out there if you need information, or you can contact, you know, if you have a question like, I don't know how to reach the Central Labor Council for Buffalo, New York, you know, feel free to email me. I can put you in touch with them. Again, just a little overview about sort of the nuts and bolts of the affiliation as it relates to dues and per capita. So AAUP advocacy members and AAUP legacy CB chapters will continue to pay dues to the AAUP. And AAUP will remit a certain amount of that to AFT on your behalf to cover the membership in the AFT. You will not see an increase in your dues because of that. That's just part of the relationship now. We have a number of joint CB chapters around the country, Wayne State, in Michigan, Northern Illinois, UIC in Chicago, University of Oregon, University of New Mexico, Oregon State. We call those joint CB chapters. They organized initially both as AAUP and AFT chapters. They have a special dues relationship, and that will kind of change over the next 5 years. Legacy CB chapters, and what we mean by that are AAUP CB chapters that are now, as part of this affiliation, joint chapters. In New York, those are places like Hofstra, Adelphi, LIU, Duville, you know, Utica College. So those chapters will be directly invoiced by NYSC, which is the state federation in New York, the state AFL, and the local labor body for those per capita. And the rates are really low for those per capita. We have them on our website, and I'm happy to direct you to those if it would help. Okay, why is my slide not moving? There we go. So a little bit of information for all AAUP members. just to be clear, as of August 1, all members of AAUP are now full members of both the AAUP and the AFT. That's what it means when you get that membership card in the mail. And because of that, you have all access to all the rights and benefits that every other, you maintain all the access to all the rights and benefits you've always had as an AAUP member, but you also now have access to all the rights and benefits of AFT members. Information on what that means is available on our website. And there's also an FAQ there. There's pre-recorded webinars about the affiliation and about the various member benefits that go with the affiliation. We did a live webinar, I think about a week ago, but there's pre-recorded ones up there as well. Specific questions about AFT member benefits, like you're wondering, how it works. There's a contact person at AFT for those. I've put her contact information here. Her name is Tish Olszewski, and my experience with her is she responds pretty much immediately to people. So if you have a question about, I didn't get my membership card, or I don't understand how the member benefits work, she can provide that. John, I see your question. Yes, advocacy chapter members should be getting cards. If you haven't received your card, email me. One of the issues that AFT was having with that is under their internal policies, they're required to send membership cards to home addresses only. That's a Department of Labor requirement that they have to follow. And we don't have home addresses for all of our members. So the ones that we had them for, AFT has sent them out directly already. For other ones, they have sent emails to those members' email accounts that we had on file to request a home address. So if you didn't get the card, maybe something broke down in that process. So please email me. So Tish is as I said, a good contact about AFT member benefits. But if you're trying to kind of navigate all this and you have a question, you're not sure where it should go, you can reach out to me, or you can reach out to your AAUP staff contact. I know a lot of our chapters in New York have contact with David Kochiemba. So either of us are here to help. So just let us know. And if we don't know the answer to your question, we'll get it for you. So, all right, it's being hanky again. There we go.
Julie, one question came up. Can you define a joint CV chapter?
Yeah, I did that already, but I'll go back to that. Those are chapters that initially organized as AAUP, AFT collective bargaining chapters. So for instance, an example would be the University of New Mexico. When they organized as a union, they organized jointly with both affiliations. So they were jointly affiliated prior to the August 1st agreement. So that's who that refers to. University of Vermont, University of Alaska, there's about 7 or 8 chapters that initially organized that way before AAUP and AFT had this affiliation agreement.
Great, thank you. Questions for Julie?
Did you want me to finish or?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Julie. I thought you were. I'm so sorry. The way
no worries.
I was paying attention to the pause. Yes, please finish.
Yeah, no, I was just waiting to see if there was a follow-up to that. Again, and I will send these slides to Sally so you all have them as a resource, because this is really just to try to make sure you have the information you need. So kind of to loop back, all AAUP CB chapters are now chartered locals of the AFT. So what does that mean practically? What that means for a collective bargaining chapter like a Hofstra, Deauville, Utica, for example, you can reach out directly both to AAUP or to AFT for support and assistance. You have both organizations at your disposal. So how do you contact AFT? You need help. You're in, you have For instance, you've been in negotiations for contract settlement for 2 years and your administration is threatening impasse. You need help. Who do you contact at AFT? So you would contact the New York Regional Director, whose name is Viri Pedersen, or you could contact the AFT Higher Ed Organizing Director. Or again, you can still contact your AAUP staff contact and they'll help channel you. All CB chapters are also members of the State Federation in New York, which in New York is called NYSC. And to contact NYSC, your contacts are Melinda Person or Jonathan Rubin. I think they're both pretty accessible, but again, if you're having trouble reaching them, just let us know, and myself or David would be happy to help you with that. A little bit more information for what we call AAUP Legacy CB chapters, the CB chapters who weren't joint affiliates before August. You should have heard from NYSC by now, but if you haven't, you will be soon. But AAUP CB chapters pay a reduced per capita fee to the State Federation. It steps up over 5 years. It starts at 5% of the normal rate and steps up to 25%. We have breakdowns of those numbers for you if you need them. So does NYSC. So either place is a good place to reach out for that. An important reminder, this went out to AAUP CB chapter leaders a couple weeks ago in our CB chapter update, but AAUP has a national fund to help legacy CB chapters cover their NYSC, state AFL, and local labor body per capitas for August to December of 2022. We will reimburse you 100% for those fees. In order to receive that reimbursement, you have to submit an invoice and proof of payment to Latib Sidhu, who is the program coordinator in AAUP's Department of Organizing and Services. And we will have a fund also in 2023 to assist with this. And that one will be based on financial need of the chapters. Just a little bit about benefits. I want to make sure I'm stressing this. For CB chapters, free officer liability insurance and bonding, which is an expense that most CB chapters carry on their books. They can now get it free from AFT. Access to the militancy fund to support strikes, free Zoom account and other social media tools, and then NYSC lobbying and other GR support on behalf of higher ed. Those are just some. There are more, but those are the ones that stick out. A little bit more AFT benefits for all AAUP chapters. So the Militancy Defense Fund is mainly used for strikes, but if we have advocacy chapters who incur significant legal expenses related to like some pretty significant violations of academic freedom or tenure rights, there's a possibility to appeal to this fund. In order to do that, you would work through the national AAUP. There is also a states and local and crisis fund. This is really for things like major attacks. Examples are like, I think anti-CRT legislation, like we're seeing in some of the states, legislative attacks on collective bargaining, like we saw in Ohio and Michigan and Wisconsin back in 2010. Management attempts to bust a union, things like that. Those are the kinds of things that are covered there. Again, it kind of depends. It's a case-by-case basis, but those are funds that are available. And if you reach out to the AAUP, we can help you navigate that. I just also want to remind folks, all of the AAUP benefits for chapters and conferences stay intact. Those include our state conference per capita and development grants, our crisis fund, which is open to all chapters and to state conferences, our CB chapter mobilization fund, our CB chapter litigation fund, and financial analyses for CB chapters. information about that also on our website, but those are, so really, you know, to go back to kind of an earlier point, the chapters have access to support, different kinds of support from AFT, and the support that's available from AAUP still exists, still continues. Nothing with that has changed. So it really is a value added. It's a, you know, a plus. So I'm open for questions now, but the other thing I wanted to say was just to kind of step back a little bit and say one of the things that I've been able to really see from my vantage point in as a, you know, the national executive director, and it's something that AAUP national officers have seen as well. You know, there's all this stuff that we can kind of enumerate on paper, but there are things that have been happening also to support our chapters that have been really, really impressive since the affiliation happened. The first example is the strike at Eastern Michigan earlier this semester. The AAUP chapter at Eastern Michigan went out on strike, and the AFT really stepped up. The administration at EMU basically was just, you know, not going to budge, really was taking the position that they didn't care how long the faculty stayed out. You know, it was sort of one of those, let's burn the house down kind of situations. The AFT State Federation in Michigan not only stepped up by, you know, bringing members out to this picket line and, you know, providing, you know, support for the picket line. The local AFL stepped up. The Randy Weingarten came out. Irene Mulvey, AAUP president, came out. The AFT and AFT Michigan spoke with Governor Whitmer and put pressure, you know, so that she could put pressure on the Board of Trustees to get this settled. The local congressional delegation kind of stepped in. That was an AFT, that was something AFT was able to bring to the table. AFT staff and AAUP staff were dropped on the ground immediately to help support the strike. So that was really, I think, so the strike settled in about 3 days because of that. And that was really something that I think was a really clear example of the value of both organizations. Another really recent one closer to New York is Rider University, right? A private sector collective bargaining chapter, AAUP collective bargaining chapter in New Jersey, that the campus really is experiencing financial difficulty. And they were in negotiations for their, you know, their collective bargaining agreement. The administration was digging in really hard. And as I mentioned, private sector. So the administration's strategy was to threaten a yeshiva, you know, to yeshiva, the institution. They basically threatened the faculty to either give up shared governance or to give up the union. But if they didn't do one or the other, the administration was going to file a charge with the National Labor Relations Board. Again, AFT really stepped up to bat with this. They put staff on the ground to help the chapter prepare for a strike. They provided legal advice, and AFT New Jersey put a lot of political, I mean, even though this is a private institution, there's some state funds that flow to it, and AFT New Jersey put a lot of political pressure on the governor there to step up and get the administration at Rider to back off. You know, they kind of dangled the state funding that way. It made a difference. That contract got settled. The faculty didn't have to strike. The administration withdrew their yeshiva claim, and they also signed an MOU saying they would not file another one for 10 years, which is a huge deal. For those of you in the private sector unions know that that's always something that's out there. So those are just, I wanted to share those two examples because they're not the kind of thing that sort of show up in an agreement, but it's an example sort of you know, kind of how these things are working on the ground. So I will stop there and see if there are any questions.
One of the things that came up, Leah said, unless she missed it, there doesn't seem to be any information about new AAUP, AFT, CB chapters specifically out about dues. How would that work?
Sure. So if a chapter is to newly affiliate or newly organize as a joint chapter, the national dues would be a 50-50 split. They would pay half AAUP dues, half AFT dues at the national level. They would be full members of the state federation of NYSC, which is the relationship that all of our joint chapters that organize jointly have. They would be members of the state AFL and members of the local labor body, the CLC. So that's how dues would work. They would have all the rights and benefits of both organizations.
I see Erwin has his hand up, and then we have a question in chat from Philip.
Yeah, Julie, first of all, I want to say a historical comment. PSC joined AAUP in 1981.
Yes.
And we have believed then and ever since that this affiliation is a good step. And I congratulate you on being the person who's carried it through for AAUP. So it's something that I believe in, that I believe PSC has believed in for decades. So it's a very positive thing. Now, the question is about NYSC. We have CB chapters that are AAUP and now will be part of AFT and part of NYSC. And the question is, what services will they be entitled to from NYSC? Now, NYSC provides enormous services to CB chapters. It has field offices. It assists in bargaining of contracts. It provides all sorts of services to its K-12 and higher ed chapters. It has extensive legal services available. You mentioned something in your presentation about legal services, but NYSC has an extensive legal department, which again aids its chapters. So how much of these very, very important services are going to be available to the CB chapters that are AAUP chapters and are now also NYSC chapters?
Thanks for that question, Erwin. First of all, just to correct the record, I helped staff this affiliation, but it was really driven by the AAUP elected leadership, and specifically Paul Davis, who's the vice president, and Chris Sinclair is the secretary treasurer. So I want to give credit where thank you, but you know, I worked with them, and they're the visionaries behind it. I agree with you. It's the right thing for the, you know, for higher ed because solidarity is the right thing. So AAUP legacy CB chapters, right? So not chapters like PSC. They are joining. What we negotiated in the agreement was that they could join NYSC, or that they would join NYSC at this reduced rate that steps up from 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25% over 5 years. That includes reduced services. So it's really the lobbying and GR services that are covered under that. My understanding, I mean, these are full members, you know, these AAUP chapters would have the right to vote in any decisions NYSC is making, the right to participate in NYSC governance internally. There is an option under the agreement for our legacy CB CB chapters that were just AAUP CB chapters, if they want to opt into more services. I agree with you that I used to work for an AFT state fed. I mean, Sally mentioned that was, one of my jobs before I came back to AAUP. State federations offer an incredible amount of services for their locals. When we were negotiating the agreement, what we wanted to really recognize was AAUP chapter autonomy and give our chapters the option of stepping up, under the agreement, if an AAUP chapter thinks, we really would like access to all those other services, they can work with NYSC to work out an agreement for that, and to step up into that. We didn't want to mandate it because we think there are a lot of AAUP CB chapters who have a long history of employing their own staff, working with their own attorneys. And, we thought they should really be given the option of deciding how they wanted to structure their relationship as far as added services with NYSC. So the possibility exists. I know for a fact state conferences are very state federations like NYSC are very interested in pursuing that, but it's really up to the chapters if they would like to do that. So we tried to create that flexibility for our chapters in the agreement. I did reference Eastern Michigan and Ryder just to sort of point out one of the things we're seeing is that even though the agreement has a very limited scope of services, I suppose, for lack of a better term, for AAUP legacy chapters from state federations, what we're seeing is when there is a crisis, the state federations are stepping up anyhow, right? Because that's what labor solidarity demands. So what we're seeing is, that's what we saw at Eastern. They didn't need to step up in the way they did. In fact, the state fed president in Michigan basically helped negotiate that contract settlement. That is way beyond the scope of the agreement, but it was something that they felt was the right thing to do for the members at Eastern, but also for higher ed in Michigan. I anticipate it'll be the same with NYSC.
I said we are at time. Cecilia, is it a quick question when we can wait on until later? You're muted. You are muted. Cecilia, you're muted.
Hi, Julie. I can imagine the number of meetings you've had to sit through, but my question is about the advocacy chapters.
Yes.
How is that working out? I see the benefits to CB, but it seems to me to be a much different relationship with the advocacy chapters.
So advocacy chapters, yeah, it is a different relationship, partially because, we did not think it would be fair to our advocacy chapters to saddle them with per capita when most advocacy chapters don't have the ability to collect dues locally. So advocacy chapters are part of a national AFT local called the AAUP Advocacy Local. So if they want to access help from the national AFT, they can do it through the AAUP Advocacy Local. They get all the member benefits, but access to things like a Zoom account, or, they want a training, let's say, the chapter is going to do something on their campus about, I'm trying to think of something, an AFT can provide a training on it, upcoming legislative challenges or something. An AFT can provide a training on that. They would reach out to the national AAUP and we would help them set that up with AFT. So that's because that's sort of the way that relationship is flowing. Again, we tried to create flexibility for advocacy chapters who want to kind of step up and seek to become chartered locals of AFT. There is a possibility of doing that. It does have an added expense with it because you would be required to join the state fed, join the state AFL, join the CLC. But there is in the agreement the possibility to do that if your advocacy chapter desires it.
Great, thank you, Julie. I know people have a lot of questions and the questions will be forthcoming as time goes on. People were talking about, whatever the benefits are for advocacy chapters as well. So I was asking if maybe we could, if there is a link that you can send them
Absolutely.
to on the website, that will be helpful.
Yep.
And you can reach out to either reach out to me or to Mary Rose or to Julie. And if we don't have the answers, we will make sure that we get them for you.
Absolutely. And I will send the slides to Sally, and actually all those links are embedded in the slides. So if she sends them out to you all, you will have those links to the information about all that.
That's terrific. Julie, thank you so much
Thank
as
you
always.
all. It was nice to see everybody.
Time. Yes, yes. It's always wonderful to have you here and answering and for being so, I have to say, I'm appreciative of your accessibility.
Oh, thank you.
And so, I mean, that's really important to us at the state conference level, because when we have questions, you've always stepped right up there or if we've needed you, you've been there. So I just want to share our appreciation.
Oh, well, thank you. And I'm always glad to meet with the New York State Conference. I hope someday we get to do it in person again.
Absolutely.
It's good to see you all.
Absolutely. Yes, yes. So,
All right.
and thank
Thank
you,
you.
Julie. We'll move on with our programming for this afternoon. Our afternoon speaker is Dr. Laura Lee Keishley. She is from the Department of Communication and Associate Dean, Curricular and Student Affairs, College of Fine and Performing Communication Arts at Wayne State University. She is also the chair of her university campus climate study group. Her research and consulting focuses on the quality of work relationships, particularly the amelioration of uncivil, hostile, and bullying behaviors, an area that she's worked in for almost 3 decades, 30 years, 3 decades. She has a particular interest in developing bystander efficacy to address negative work relationships and build constructive work relationships. And she's more recently focused on problematic behaviors in academic environments and has been working with universities on that topic. So without further ado, I would like to turn this over to Dr. Keishley.
Hi, thanks a lot, Sally, and thank you for the invitation. I was here from the beginning of today, so it's always exciting and interesting for me to hear my colleague and dear friend Leah Hollis talk. She's she's so informative and an absolute delight. And what she can do with PowerPoint images, I can only try to aspire to. And then listening to Jacob Appel's presentation on mental health on campuses. I've been on university campuses as a faculty member for 34 years, but essentially I entered university at 18 and I've never left. So I've really, it's a long time, right? All of that information is really useful to me as I think about this presentation, because some parts I've connected with Leah's presentation on that. So I'm going to not belabor anything, because I think she did an amazing job. What I do want to say is this entire presentation, all of the PowerPoint will go to Sally and then you get it. What I've done with the PowerPoint is I'm taking a kind of a broad picture view. And I know that people really want to talk about specific actions and recommendations. I will touch on that. But at the end of the PowerPoint, which you won't see, but you will when you get it, is I have a whole series of resources and specific actions and how they can be conducted. So you're going to get that. So now I'm just going to do the overview for you. And Sally, you're going to monitor the chat for me, right? Thanks. Okay. The first thing I'd like to do is I'm located on the east side of Detroit. And so I wanted to give the land acknowledgement for Detroit and for Wayne State University. We are on the ancestral and contemporary homeland of the Three Fires Confederacy. That's the Ojibwe, the Odawa, the Potawatomi, and the Wyandot nations. And Wayne State and I are very committed to working with our Native partners and in honoring agreements, even though in the past they may not have been. So one of my favorite quotes, and note the sarcasm in my tone, when you choose a career in academia, you need to be prepared not only for rough and tumble politics, but also for the verbal abuse that goes with it. This was Robert J. Sternberg, who at the time was president of Wyoming. I think he ended up only being president for, sorry, I'm going to have to move you guys out of the way on my thing here because, yeah, there you go.
He was only president for about a year when he left the position. I put that up there because there are a number of narratives that we have in higher education that actually support some of the behaviors that we're actually trying to get rid of. And Leah pointed a finger at academic freedom, and I'm going to come back to that. Oops, now I just need to make sure I have my fingers in the right place. Let me overview quickly what I hope we can cover today. One is what it looks like, and Leah again did a really good job, so I'm just going to do some quick touch on that. The context and the meaning, and looking at some of our narratives that actually support these kinds of behaviors happening. A little bit about why it happens. Again, Leah did a fabulous job talking about some of that, and I've got more resources for you at the end. And then how to respond. And I'm going to focus on institutional responding. And when I get there, I'll tell you why I'm putting a lot of responsibilities on universities. So just to give you, so you have a nice graphic about what we're talking about. If we could look at a continuum of conflict where we have at one end of it, the constructive forms of conflict, disagreement, dissent, which characterizes us as academics. It's our culture of debate, critique, dissent. It's how we refine ideas, polish, challenge, and build things. That's not bad stuff at all. For some folks, they may be unfamiliar with it if they're not used to working with faculty or in an academic institution. They may be uncomfortable with that, but it's really part of who we are. The other extreme, of course, are the illegal and the criminal behaviors. And what we're talking about today is the stuff that hangs out in the middle. Well, not even in the middle, but more about misconduct, mobbing, and bullying. So this is the definition that I use a lot in my work. It comes from Sturle Einerson. Leah referenced him as well. He's a very well-known researcher in workplace bullying and has been for the last 3 or 4 decades. What's very characteristic of bullying is that it's persistent and patterned. It goes on, and that's actually how it has a lot of its effects. It's often less the specific behaviors and more the fact that it occurs repeatedly and over a long period of time that really affects people. And it ultimately can affect the environment too. So often when we talk about bullying, we talk about it in terms of a single actor. But there is also what we refer to as mobbing, which is when you have multiple actors. And that's when people essentially gang up. And that happens in academia. And I'll talk about how that is. When I talk about bullying and mobbing, I also like to make sure we talk about what are some of the difficult and challenging things that we deal with. But they're not the egregious stuff. They don't fall into the category of bullying and mobbing. So for example, people not getting along. Not everybody's going to get along with everybody else. People can be irritating. It can be an annoyance, but people are not feeling disrespected, undercut, and so forth. High performance standards, and I'm going to connect that to corrective feedback. Some of the things that we've seen, not just in universities, but in organizations writ large. Sometimes the term bullying is used by somebody who received a negative performance appraisal. Now, there are ways that we deliver performance appraisals that encourage the likelihood that someone will more clearly hear what the issues are. And I do understand none of us like to be told that something we did was wrong or that we didn't do something we were supposed to do. So there's a real tendency to be defensive, but corrective, constructive feedback is not bullying. And techniques like irony, satire, hyperbole, conjecture, refutation, those can be challenging. And in academia, a lot of our currency is in our words, and some of us are very sophisticated at being able to use a variety of different grammatical and linguistic and discursive structures. And it can be overwhelming for some folks who are not as comfortable with that. Expression of conflicting opinions. I referenced the debate and critique as part of our culture as academics. I love this quote from the Canadian Association of University Teachers. And I wanted to make sure you knew why am I drawing on CAUT? Because I'm actually Canadian. I have lived in the States for the last 25 years as a faculty member. But I maintain very close ties to COUT because they've been a very proactive organization when it comes to this. So and using, again, narratives to illustrate things. This is from a report that COUT did on a Professor David Noble, people accused him of bullying and being unnecessarily hostile. And they talk about the nature of academia and that academics have strong opinions and that's characteristic of professions of experts. And interesting phrasing, express their opinions in ways that are abrasive. I'm going to come back to that again. But how they express their opinions, the expression cannot infringe on the right of others. And Leah also pointed that out from some of the AAUP guidelines as well. And then also the legitimate expression of academic freedom. Some folks have difficulty with some of the controversial work that we do and how we talk about it and how we engage with people around the development of ideas. And academic freedom gives us certain protections. I'm going to come back to this again because there's ways that sometimes our narratives and our use of words like academic freedom can be used as a way to shield ourselves from taking responsibility for our behavior. So here's a headline that showed up in the Times Higher Education Supplement. Bullying is rife across campus. And I'm a researcher. I believe in the value of data. I also know its limitations, but I do like to make sure we draw on data. And that's one of the things I've always appreciated about Leah Hollis's work is she is very dedicated to having data-driven and high-quality kinds of studies. So let me give you some stats from the US on the the bullying and mobbing behavior. This comes from some early work that I did in the late 2000s. What we found is, and Leah mentioned this, whenever you're looking at any of this data, you always need to ask yourself, what is the time frame that within people are being asked to say whether they've had an experience or not? What we know is the longer somebody works, the more likely it is they will have had this experience. So about a third of people identify, and these are faculty, identify as being bullied in the prior 12 months, and about 40 to 50% witness. So Leah talked about a 2/3 kind of ratio of exposure. That's a similar kind of thing. What we know from witnesses' experiences is they often show similar kinds of negative effects. For faculty, the most frequent actors are their colleagues or higher-ups. That tends to be the most frequent ones. In terms of single versus multiple actors, what we found is that for faculty versus staff, because we did a staff comparison as well, for faculty, it was more likely that they were being mobbed. So it's usually not just a one-on-one with faculty, but it involves, in this case, our study was 3 or more actors. Vulnerability, and Leah did a marvelous job laying out all the details. So just want to point this out, is in essence, being different makes people vulnerable. It has them in a vulnerable position. Being the outsider, Leah talked about organizational power and tenure. I'm going to come back to power again because there's some interesting nuances showing up now. And duration, what we found in our studies was that faculty who reported being bullied, it lasted at least 3 years, if not longer. So we know that these are very enduring kinds of relationships. One of the things I experience when I do reviews on journal articles or for books or in conversation, or am approached by people, doctoral students, about doing work in this area, they say academia is the worst. Now, I'm a researcher, so I'm saying, okay, how do we make that discernment? So it depends on your comparator. So if it's the general working population, academia is consistently higher. So if that's our comparator, is the general working population, which covers a whole range of occupations. If you're talking about other types of industries, so thinking of higher ed as an industry and then thinking about other kinds of industry, the financial industry, the police, the military, and so forth, academia is consistently lower than some of these very specific industries. And if we look within an institution, so we look at what faculty's experiences are and what staff's experiences are, this is one of the things that we find very consistently. Staff report higher levels of bullying than faculty. and faculty report higher levels of bullying than students. The effects, and Leah talked a great deal about this, so I'm just going to throw up this. And what I want to focus on here is what I've highlighted. This is the individual level, and it's not only a target, it's also the witnesses, of which much of this behavior occurs in the presence of other people, which I'm going to come back to and say that's a powerful source of influence that we could leverage to address these behaviors. Is how faculty withdraw. So faculty have some really unique ways to leave. Faculty, at least at my institution and probably a number of other ones, have a great deal of control about how often they show up on campus and where they do their work. And so what we've seen with faculty who feel that they're being mistreated over a period of time is that they will, while they'll do their job, teach their classes and so forth, they won't extend themselves much beyond that. So in many ways they leave, but they're still there. And I have references for all of this at the end too. So when I give you the PowerPoint, the institutional level, we lose people. When it's happening in a department or a unit, I mentioned that it happens in the presence of others, those people are affected by it, and there can also be spiraling. So if it goes on long enough, then other people start to feel pulled in, choosing sides, and then we get what we call the incivility spirals. It affects an institution's reputation. You know, and I was listening to Julie talking about how the AAUP has been helpful for faculty in dealing with a number of different kinds of institutions. That's also a way of raising public awareness about what's going on in an institution, and institutional reps and administrators care about the reputation. So it can affect their reputation, and it can affect the quality of education. I mean, if you have faculty being consistently mistreated, it affects their ability to do the kind of work that they want to do. And it can affect the quality of the education. For institutions, there can be legal costs, increasing lawsuits, or the efforts of simply doing investigations to do this work. What it can look like, I've flagged a couple of different categories. One is the threat to behavioral professional status. So it shows up as things like belittling opinion, public professional humiliation, accusations, excluding. It can be a threat to personal standing, the name calling, the insults, the intimidation. We tend to see this one a little bit less directed at faculty, unless of course you're talking about harassment that comes from the public. And I will talk about that because that's a set of actors that we often don't talk about when we're talking about bullying of faculty. Being isolated, preventing access to opportunities. Leah talked about this when she was referencing, for example, how Black women are often excluded from being able to move ahead. Overwork. Everybody's probably going, is that really bullying, Laura Lee? Because we're all overworking. If what we're looking at is that's undue pressure, and it's directed at particular people, not everybody else has to do that kind of work. And then generally destabilizing. So not giving credit when it's due, removal of responsibilities. You make a mistake, you correct it. One of the ways to keep getting at persons is to continue to remind them of the mistakes that they have made. And generally getting in people's ways to be able to perform their jobs, not providing them with resources, not responding repeatedly to requests for information or phone calls. So it has a variety of different faces. I've highlighted cyberbullying here because this is an area that I have of faculty that I have started getting into more. And one of the things I see in the bullying literature in academia is we're beginning to talk about that, but we're not talking about it enough. There is a whole literature and set of experiences, and the AAUP would be very aware of this, talking about when faculty are being targeted and the use of electronic media doing that. Social media is a primary mechanism through which that's done. And one of the most frequent actors of that is the public. I wanted to talk about One of the things that I'll often say when I do a presentation is that behavior does not speak for itself. It's really defined by the particular context. And this becomes important when we go about wanting to address behavior. So in normative context, we talk about values and rights. What is the value behavior consistency? And I believe Leah talked fairly early on, when you look at the missions that universities have, if that was actually manifested throughout our interactions and our policies and our procedures, you would not see this kind of behavior like bullying. So there's a disconnect there. Faculty as a self-regulating profession. So faculty are in many ways charged to kind of manage themselves. They're not typically managed by universities, although the AAUP will tell you that there have certainly been efforts to do that, and Julie gave us some examples of that. Our context is also that we value disagreement, dissent, debate, and critique. So when we do those things, when we disagree with people, when we dissent, it's not necessarily bullying, it's part of how we interact with each other. But what we have to remember is that different audiences may have different normative contexts. My cat is here with me and he may decide to join me. So hang tough, everybody. We're going to work with it. The structural context. What is the internal structure of the institution? So we've heard references to the hierarchy and people in the hierarchy mistreating people lower down. There are ways that we're structured that create opportunities to make it easier to bully. So subjective performance measures, for example, in our P&T, promotion and tenure discussions, those are often, we often have subjective performance assessments go on there. So if somebody's really got it in for somebody else, that's a mechanism through which they could go after somebody. Role state stressors, role overload, role conflict, role ambiguity. And given the current state of higher ed, the economic pressures we're under, the enrollment pressures we're under, coming through a pandemic, probably all of us around this table, metaphorical table, are dealing with reduced resources, but being expected to do a lot more. And what kinds of mentoring and support resources are available to people, and if that's available. So I know over time our institution has really ramped up and developed and supported people in more effectively mentoring colleagues and each other to help people work their way through the university. Now, the other part is we can never forget the external structure within which we did. And Jacob, I thought, did a really good job when he was also talking about, the broader things going on in the medical profession and what's happening in the environment, just like Leo was talking a lot about that. Universities, often because their funding models have changed over time, and you've all seen that. We went from, when I started at Wayne State over 25 years ago, we went from getting 2/3 of our funding from the state to now we get less than 25%. So funding and therefore wanting to keep good relationships with our funders, whether that's the government, whether it's external grants, whether it's donors, that can have an influence on us. And also the public's perceptions of universities. We've heard a lot of wringing of hands about how the public's attitude towards higher education has changed. I think there's some good work to suggest it may not be as dramatic as it's being portrayed, but it's still significant. Where does the behavior occur? So are the behaviors occurring in a department meeting, in a class, a one-on-one conversation? That will discern for people. So one of the things I learned very early on in doing work in this area was people were particularly concerned when behaviors would be directed at them in a public forum, so that there were other people present when it happened because they felt like their public face had been threatened, right? And then the apology, if it were delivered, was delivered in private. And they're going, no, 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 no. If this happens in public, you deliver the apology in public because we have to redress that. But we have to think about the context within which this behavior occurs and whether it makes. For example, some of the high profile examples of faculty who have been removed from teaching because they used certain words or references in a pedagogical context but that was perceived by others as completely inappropriate. But in a pedagogical context, it may well have made sense. Social media, we could go chapter and verse on some of the challenges with social media. So some faculty have faced particular challenges when they have tweeted out, for example, very succinct statements about things that they know the whole context of, and other academics may know the whole context of, but other people who read this may not. And then those folks are who do that are focused on have the attacks directed at them. So part of it is when we're thinking about sharing our information in different kinds of environments, or how we're going to be perceived in different, we need to understand the environments and the audiences that are present. And then the relationship context. Is the relationship between you and the other person, or between these people, is it generally positive? If it's generally positive or neutral, then if something happens, there's often an opportunity for there to be conversation about that before somebody says, okay, you're definitely bullying me. Or it gives an opportunity for people to be able to find out if what happened is what happened, or if there is another explanation that really makes sense and takes down the impact of it. If it's a negative relationship, then you know that people will be tuned into everything that you do is now going to be framed as negative. And then if it's a non-existent relationship, if the only information you have about me is what's happening here right now, and I do something or I don't do something that falls within an ambiguous realm, or a realm where you feel that that's really problematic, that's all you know about me. And so that's really going to affect how you perceive that behavior. And more generally about the relational norms. So the norms that faculty have, the norms between faculty and staff. There's a really wonderful book out by Susan Christie called Working Effectively with Faculty. And Susan was a faculty member for 25 years, and she would see a lot of tension between faculty and staff, particularly staff. And so she has, in her book, but also through her training, she helps staff understand the faculty role, the kinds of goals that faculty have. And that helps staff understand that. I also think there's a conversation to be had with faculty about staff and their roles and the rules that they have to go by, because sometimes they're not the same. So there's also faculty admin, faculty students, and again, I'm going to highlight faculty in the public. I think one of the great challenges we have is if we fail to recognize that the norms we have for engagement within the institution or amongst ourselves are not necessarily what the public goes for. So I may be on academic Twitter and I put out, a very succinct statement on a topic, and my colleagues engage with that, and we, go back and forth. Somebody potentially shares one of those things, taking it out of context. It goes to a much more broad audience, and they look at that and say, what the heck? What is that? Who are those people? And there's a whole narrative out there about faculty, in the liberal elite. And then it shows up in the definitions of bullying, power, and power, whether it's formal or informal. Here's some more of our narratives. These are from headlines and quotes. Are we a culture of cruelty? And are academics mean and nasty? And so I think it's important to talk about the nature of academia and the rules of engagement. So academic freedom, and what academic freedom allows us to do, what it covers and what it does not. And I agree with Leah's observation that academic freedom doesn't give you permission to bully somebody. It doesn't give you permission to do that, but it can be used. People can use it to shield themselves, and they will say things like, well, you can't, as I was a chair at one point, I needed to deal with a faculty member who's engaging behaviors. We were talking about it. They said, you can't do anything like that to me. You can't tell me not. It's covered by academic freedom. Now, we then had a really good conversation about what academic freedom was, what it covered, and we came to a different kind of an understanding. At you'll find in the PowerPoint that I share with Sally, I give you some examples of typical defenses you'll hear from people and possible responses you could have in the conversation with them. Here's somebody else's interpretation of academic freedom. It means colleagues can disagree with each other passionately. The shouting and pounding fist does not constitute anything more than energetic disagreement. For me, what's clear about academic freedom is we as a body don't necessarily have a shared understanding. But I think there's something powerful in us having these conversations and talking about these kinds of things. And then we need to help people outside of academia understand what academic freedom is. Because many people don't know what that is, and they don't understand it, and they don't know what that allows, and also what it doesn't allow. Autonomy, this is little humor, got to inject a little humor. In the work that I've done and in my experiences as a faculty member all of these years, I've also had people say, well, you can comment on my behavior all you want, but I'm an autonomous individual and I don't have to do what you're asking me to do. And here's for me, what this shows is different expectations, right? It's also somewhat humorous. I talked briefly about our nature of our culture, our rules of engagement. This is for faculty. Staff don't have this same kind of culture. But if we aren't aware of that, or we don't conscious and thoughtful about that, we may engage with them the way we would engage with some of our colleagues. And folks can be like, wow, that's mean, or, oh, that's coming after me. So part of it is thinking about that. Tenure and permanent contract for some. So I did hear the conversation about part-time faculty this morning. You're absolutely right, that they are more likely to be victimized to the extent that students will do it. If they don't know the faculty member is part-time or adjunct, we use the phrase part-time faculty at our institution, it's less likely they'll do it. Here's another example of a narrative. Sorry, can't help you. The faculty in question is tenured. Umpteen years ago, I was involved with a group that was primarily HR people in academia, and they wanted to get together and address issues about bullying. And so we were all of us in this conference together, and I was one of two faculty who were there. Everybody else was HR and from other parts of various institutions. And somebody said, the problem is faculty who are tenured. We can't do anything about that. And I'm like, and I put up my hand and I said, yeah, you can. Just because we've got tenure, that does not mean that we don't follow certain, professional conduct, ethical behavior. That kind of a narrative also contributes to people not taking some actions when they could take actions. Let me put these three up. There we go. Shared governance. Boy, Julie, when you mentioned about a university that was saying you either choose the union or you choose shared governance, I'm like, what the heck? For me, shared governance is baked in to who we are as organizations now. As to whether they actually get played out or not, or allowed to fully play out, is another matter. But shared governance positions faculty as full and equal partners with administration in the manifestation of the university and its mission. And partners can engage each other directly and passionately and can use critique. So that gives us faculty a power to be able to do that. The community of scholars and peer review. I will use this argument with, this gives us and our colleagues permission to engage with each other around things that we do. We do this in grant reviews, we do it in journal reviews. We have a tradition and a culture of peer review. And so I'm going to make an argument a little bit later when we talk about bystander engagement, is that I think the great power in managing faculty behavior in a constructive way will come from faculty peers. And it's because of the legitimacy of peer review. The rank hierarchy among academics, privileging full professors over associate professors, over assistants, over lecturers, instructors. That set of hierarchies creates an interesting set of dynamics. And then the split between academic staff, faculty, and other staff, and how they're seen in the organization. In my current position as an academic administrator, I oversee what you're hearing in the background there. It's the first Saturday of the month. And so they're testing, the crisis response. So forgive me for that one. My whole point in talking about this as nature of academe is that it shapes what is considered appropriate and inappropriate. And what gets considered that is heavily influenced by the role that we play in universities. So staff roles, faculty roles, administrative roles, student roles. Nuances of power. Bullying is inherently positional. And it's about and as Leah talked about, it's about manifesting control. It's about a misuse of power, misuse and abuse of power. So we know relative institution, professorial rank and tenure. Just checking my watch. Okay. My fights are with my peers. This comes from an article in the Chronicle of Higher Ed regarding a very well-regarded faculty member who was actually ended up being charged and was being investigated for bullying. And when he was interviewed by the Chronicle, he said, it's not bullying because my fights are with my peers. So here he's saying, he's recognizing context, but he's legitimizing what he does because he just does it to his peers. He does it with his peers. Academic capital and the university agenda, the high performers. And Leah gave a great example. If someone brings in a multi-million-dollar grant, that's really important in terms of high profile for the institution and so forth. We talk about high performers often getting idiosyncrasy credits, which means they're allowed a broader behavioral domain to wander in than those of us who may not fit in what's being defined as a high performer. So for example, here's another quote in a department chair's response to the report of abuse by a colleague: not all professors have to follow the rules. Social identity. This is the beautiful job that Leah did. This is one of I think it's a very powerful quote from these authors about even as marginalized faculty are present in universities, and some of our presumed nature of who we are. Oh, we're civil, it's meritocracy, autonomy. It actually tends to make invisible the experience of marginalized faculty. And so when they speak out, they start to get identified as being the problem. Here's unique actors, the institution itself. So its own policies and procedures, the politicization of funding agencies, donor influence. This shows up in the workplace bullying literature writ large, where the structure and the policies and procedures of the organization are utilized in a way to mistreat and undercut people who work there. There's a whole thing we could go on about marketization and corporatization of higher education and how that privileges things like efficiency and effectiveness and undermines other kinds of engagements that we have. The vulnerability of critics. We did have a president a few years back who used to be the CFO for Ford. And he stepped in as interim when we were in between presidents, and I really liked the guy a lot. His first State of the University address, one of the things he talked about is he said, I've noticed that there's a lot of incivility here. And I'm listening, I'm like, and his example was, well, for example, if I have a proposal and an idea and I put it out there and I get pushback and get told, well, that's ridiculous. And he said, that would never happen at Ford. And I thought, of course, it would never happen at Ford because you'd fire them. You can't do that here at the university. I said, what you needed to have done was to say, tell me why you think it's ridiculous, right? Give me your evidence, make the argument. And responses to external critique of faculty. Julie talked about some of this in terms of their ability to help defend some of the critique that's coming from state governments, some of from the public, and how universities are responding to it. And some of those responses have left faculty feeling betrayed, that there's no support for them. So the state, just give you some examples. None of this will be a surprise to any of you. In terms of, so it's a global issue. In terms of the US, we've seen state legislative engagement in curriculum, for example, critical race theory, and the management of the institution, like tenure. For example, the University of Florida has really dominated the Chronicle inside higher ed lines because of some of the work that's being done under the auspices of the current governor. They instituted post-tenure review that was enforced on universities. And then the other set of actors is the public. So this is often primarily through e-communication. There's this situation where somebody's tweet gets shared and members of the public or other audiences become aware and they load onto people and stuff. The one I think that's also particularly problematic here is the coordinated networked harassment. So that's when a third party like Campus Reform or other kinds of organizations profile faculty on their websites and in their tweets saying, here's just another example of this kind of indoctrination going on. Those are really scary situations. And universities up until recently have been felt almost paralyzed and caught off guard by that. But there's hope. So I'm just looking at my time. Okay. I think I've got about 15 more minutes. So how do we support, promote, and respond? So there's systemic responding. So do we code or not to code? For example, our university is talking about having a code of conduct for faculty. We have a code of conduct for students, but we don't have one for faculty or staff. Another example is addressing structural influences, inequities, and stressors, both internal and external. I'm going to go in more detail on the systemic responding in a moment. I just wanted to overview some of this. Engaging peer influence. So group discussions of what is appropriate behavior. And I give some examples at the end of the PowerPoint, which you're going to get, about departments developing communication protocols in which they come to explicit understandings and agreements about how they will engage around difficult issues. And ways to influence and respond when a colleague behaves in a particular way. So this is what's often referred to as bystander action. And then broadening the framework, inclusive climate and culture. And Leah really talked very clearly about that, that we need to be looking at this within the broader framework of wanting to have and support an inclusive climate and culture at the institution. Policies. I mean, here's examples about what you're looking for in a desired outcomes. Again, you're going to have this, and I want to make sure we have some time for questions. But these are the kinds of elements that you want to make sure happen as a result of a policy. I just wanted to give you some examples. What I've seen in the 15 years that I've been focusing on this in higher education here in this country is that the increasing number of institutions that are developing really thoughtful policies regarding bullying behavior. So here's just some examples, and I know in New York State, a number of your institutions are also doing that, and the AAUP has been very active in doing that work. I see that Amy Chu is here, or that she was earlier, so thanks, Amy. Again, I want to come back to when attacks come from outside. When cyberbullying occurs, I mean, it's not to say that students don't do it. And it's not to say that our faculty colleagues or fellow scholars don't do it. The Dead Sea Scrolls case is an example of somebody proposing a narrative that was different than the dominant interpretation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then set about systematic attack through websites, through impersonating them in various venues to try to undercut this person because they had a different perspective. And I've got references for that too, so you guys could have that. And as I've done work in this area, mentioned earlier, universities seem to be like, they would go more into, they're primarily reactive, and they go more into protecting self than protecting the faculty member. However, that is changing, and I'm really excited about this. The University of Iowa has led the way in terms of their materials on faculty support and guidance. And it lays out very clearly when something like this happens, if a faculty member gets, bullied through Twitter or doxed or any of the umpteen million ways that people can do this stuff electronically, that it kicks into a whole set of responses. And the focus is strongly on buffering and protecting the faculty member. And also they include explicit statements about the university's commitment to supporting academic freedom and to resisting any attempt to try to shut somebody down. Now, you probably all have examples where the university has not done that. But the good news is that now this stuff is starting to show up. So Iowa is the one that did the most comprehensive. A number of other organizations have taken Iowa's framework and utilized it. A lot of the big Ivies have done that, and so have a lot of other institutions. Another good example is the University of Massachusetts Amherst. This comes from their College of Social and Behavioral Sciences. They've just done a phenomenal job in terms of guidance and support, the kinds of resources, what mechanisms come into play, who gets involved, that type of thing. With the structural influences. So universities need to deal with the role state stressors, the kinds of workload that faculty and others are under, the reward structures, how we acknowledge people and recognize contributions, clarifying procedures. So watching out for the subjective performance measures and developing measures that can be more consensually determined, mentoring and support resources and addressing donor pressure. I've got Wayne State up there because there's something we're doing that I'm really proud of, is that we have an NSF grant and an NSF Advance, which many of you will be familiar with, which focus on women in STEM, STEM faculty. And this particular grant is developing a number of strategies to facilitate the quality of life and engagement for women faculty in STEM, but it's actually expanded to all faculty. And one of the things that's particularly powerful about they do is addressing issues about role state stressors. So making visible the often invisible workload of some of our faculty, particularly women, people, BIPOC people, those folks who often take on a lot of additional service work, which takes time and takes time away. So, and they're also developing bystander training. So I'm really proud of the work that they are doing. I think it's great. The other part is educationally, the kinds of programming. So if you do develop policies and procedures, which have responsibilities and all that, you need to make sure your people know what the policy is. You need to make sure they understand the procedure. You need to make sure that the people who are or the offices that are identified as having responsibilities for responding know what this stuff is, know what the policy says, and know what their resources are and how they should be handling it. Unfortunately, I've seen it where policies and statements get launched and the people who are identified as the ones who are supposed to respond knew nothing about it. Having these conversations about acceptable and unacceptable behavior. Why is that? How we respond to it. And not only about how you respond to unacceptable behavior, we also need to respond and foster the kinds of behaviors that we want. So the passionate engagement and critique around ideas while still supporting the individuals who speak about it without attack. For the cyberbullying piece, building people's capacities around digital security, but also digital literacy. So helping them understand the environment of social media and what platforms may be better for different kinds of purposes. The power of the peer, say something, see something, say something. This again is the bystander piece. And then more generally, skill building. And actually, So building our folks' capacity to manage conflict. So very early on, being able to engage and have constructive conversations so that those seeds can be removed, because sometimes conflict will set the stage for an escalated situation, which can devolve into bullying. We know that bullying is also more likely if people are under severe stress and they start to strike out. So we want to do that. The critique and argumentation one I think is interesting. I actually think this is something that universities could do with the public proactively. So actually helping the public understand what argumentation is, what critique is, and how you go about doing that. Now, some of the folks in the public may not be interested, but we do our best. Here's just an example about prevention through skill building. This was done over 15 years ago, and it is a wonderful set of resources about how to set expectations to remove certain sources of conflict and difficulty. And when they do occur, what kinds of things could you do? Here's about the academic peer. I'm just looking at this again because I want to make sure. I think if it's faculty engaging in these kinds of behaviors, I think that fellow faculty are ideally positioned to be influential in helping to manage and address those kinds of behaviors. And these are the rationale that I provide. Again, you're going to have access to all of this. Here's some examples about how that's showing up. Florida International University, their bystander leadership training program. The University of Wisconsin-Madison. I really am liking what University of Wisconsin-Madison is doing. They have a policy on what they call hostile and intimidating behavior. They recognize the unique circumstances for faculty, for professional staff, and other staff. And so they have developed their policies to reflect that. And as part of it, they are also building up the competencies of their communities, their university communities, to step in with care and confidence when they see things starting to happen. What are some challenges in terms of responding? So the long-standing situation, everyone's behaving badly. That's one of the things I've seen. I mentioned about the spiraling that can happen. If stuff goes on for a long time, even if it looks like it's between two people, it does have a tendency to spread. And then everybody starts behaving badly. And that I've been asked in on situations and to try to do assessments. And when everyone's behaving badly, it's a challenge. And you've got damage. And often what we're doing is damage control. The actor is a star, the high-performing instigator. When the target plays a role in this particular situation, and you want questions and answers, we can talk about that. Whistleblowing and speaking truth to power. So, and I think somebody actually gave an example earlier in the question period, talking about they were speaking truth to power and they got identified as the problem and they got treated, they got accused of being uncivil. When the attack comes from an important university partner, so if it comes from the governor or the board of governors or board of trustees or whatever you call your governing body, where is the university in that? If the attack comes from that partner, how does the university manage that? Because they're trying to manage their reputation, their support and whatnot, but they're also saying that they're supportive and here to protect and have maintain a high quality working and living and safe environment for people. And then considering what the role of motivation and intent is. And of course, managing retaliation, which is true. We run into this with issues of sexual harassment, racial discrimination, discrimination against people for gender expression, and disability. I always like to make sure I put this in. I have seen words like incivility, unprofessional, uncollegial, bullying being used as a way to shut people up. And again, the example of somebody who raised that in questions this morning is an example of that. And the ways that sometimes what we're doing when we use those kinds, we need to be reflective about this. When we use those, are we doing it in favor of enforcing conformity and mediocrity? So there's we need to be, as we use these kinds of terms, we need to be clear about what our motivations are, what our intents are. This is a great quote from Joan Friedenberg, who was systematically mobbed in her university. She was very direct. She's spoken about it a lot, and she focuses on the fact you want to have people challenged, you want to have them questioned, you want to have them argued, because that's critical for an organization and a university becoming the most vibrant place they can, and for the development and creation of knowledge and the promotion of knowledge. And she said, if that's being an asshole, then we need more of that. So she's talking about norms. And I'm going to leave you with this. What is it that we can do individually as faculty? I think of faculty as us as participant observers. So we should use our critical, our discursive, and our analytic skills to surface and discuss the elephants in our own rooms. So listen to how we talk about bullying. If you find yourself or hear somebody saying you can't do anything about a tenured professor, that's a narrative that's working to support the continuation of that. Or they have done this for so long. The implication is, therefore, there's nothing we can do. Or it's just their personality. Again, the implication is there's nothing we can do. Or my favorite is a colleague of mine said to me, Laura Lee, smart people are just abrasive. And I'm like, so that's why we let this particular person do it, because they're smart? I said, I don't think so. I don't think that's characteristic. We can look for ourselves about embracing the power of ourselves as an academic peer and what kind of influence that allows us to have. We can explicitly participate in sense making. When a colleague comes to us and tells us about their experience, listening carefully to that, working to understand what it feels like, not immediately moving to solve the problem or saying, oh, it's not that bad or whatever, but helping them think through that. And some work that was done in the early 2000s found that colleagues were really critical in helping people make sense of these kinds of experiences, because when bullying starts, it's often quite subtle and it's hard to figure out what's going on. Help people tell their stories. One of the things that when people are experiencing this is when they go to tell their stories, that they're all over the place, because it's a trauma, right? And there's a lot happening. And if they're trying to report it to HR or to the provost's office to get them to respond, if those folks are looking for that organized story. So we can help people tell stories. And there's a really great set of really lovely white paper involved in how we can help people tell their stories, and reflectively and constructively addressing our own interactions. So reflecting on ourselves in an engagement with others, how that might be being perceived, and finding out how that's being perceived. So I'm going to stop there, because I think this is going to give us a few minutes for questions, and I'm going to unshare because I want to see people's faces.
Laura, we're actually past right at time. So I've asked people in the chat if they would mind holding their questions for you. We've allowed quite a bit of time after the panel for questions. And because I think you've made a really nice segue into what can we do, which is the emphasis of the next part and the latter part of our program today. So I've got a couple things I want to share with you. First is that you've heard introductions to all of our afternoon speakers, with the exception of one who has joined us today, and that's John Richter. He is the Director of Public Policy at the Mental Health Association in New York, and he's been there since January 2008. He joined that organization after spending over 25 years serving and advocating for the elderly and people with disabilities. At his job as Mahaney's, he is instrumental in the passage of legislation requiring that New York schools begin teaching about mental health as part of school health curriculum. And we are really super happy to have John join us today. And as I have need to give credit to, we have Senator Broke, who was not able to be with us personally today, but has recorded some remarks that I would like to share with all of you. And then we will begin with our presentation. So let me screen share here. Can everyone see this video piece begin of Dr. Broke? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hello, I'm Senator Samra Brook, and I serve as the chair of the Senate Mental Health Committee. Thank you to Sally Deer-Huey, Executive Director of the New York State Conference of the American Association of University Professors, for organizing this event and for inviting me to speak with you. When I joined the New York State Senate in January 2021 and started my work as chair of mental health, I was faced with two harsh realities. The first was that the pandemic was increasing the need for a comprehensive and robust mental health care system, as more and more people, particularly our youth, found themselves struggling. The second was that after over a decade of disinvestment, the state of our mental health care system in New York was crumbling and unable to meet the rising needs of our families. This is why, as chair, I took action to shore up our workforce, increase access to services, and to reach those people who the old system failed to reach and therefore were underserved. We delivered historic cost of living adjustments for our human service workers, the first in over a decade. We established the 988 Mental Health and Substance Abuse Lifeline, ensured it was properly funded and operational, and that the counselors who respond to calls go through cultural competency training. And I ensured that the 988 legislation also directs OMH to create materials specifically for marginalized communities like Black and Brown youth and LGBTQ+ individuals, so we can reach them in their time of need. But as the leaders of our higher education system, you know we need more. Our students, faculty, and staff continue to struggle. That's why I wrote legislation that would provide 5 free telehealth appointments to youth in an effort to provide our young people with a secure avenue to crisis intervention and to onboard them onto a mental health treatment plan. While there is still more work to be done, I want you to know that I see your struggle and I am your partner in this work. This is a difficult time for our young people and for New Yorkers everywhere, but together we can transform our mental health care system, improve life on our campuses, and save those struggling in silence. With that, I'm happy to introduce the panel conversation, Mental Health in Higher Ed, Creating Opportunities for Positive Change. Thank you.
So with that, I would like our order of presenters is Jacob Appel, Leah Hollis, Laura Keishley, and John Richter. And so we will follow, as I said, that with a good amount of time for questions and answers, but we will begin with Jacob.
Thank you. And I promise I will only speak for about 5 minutes or so. And I apologize in advance for evaporating at the end to give another talk. But I think the 3 key points I want to make under the larger umbrella of moving forward to make things better, we can't think of mental health for students or faculty independent of mental health for everyone, because draining resources from one area or putting pressure on one area of the system affects others. With it in mind, I think the 3 concrete things that I would suggest are, first, we need to do away with the 2-tiered system of psychiatric care in New York State. If you are very wealthy, pay out of pocket, or for a small number of people who have complete public health insurance, they get good psychiatric care. If you have private insurance, it's almost impossible to find a provider. Many of our largest hospital systems don't take Oxford, United, and Cigna, which are the largest coverage and agents for the employed in New York State. And the result of that is that students are pushed out of psychiatric services. The second point I want to make is we need to find a way that students who do have psychiatric challenges aren't financially penalized by the system as a result. And unfortunately, right now, the system is extremely unforgiving. You don't take a leave of absence because you end up having much more debt than you otherwise would, or you don't have a place to live because you live in university housing and are on a meal plan, and suddenly you're homeless without food. And that's an enormous problem for a lot of the patients I see. And finally, we really need to destigmatize mental health, particularly for students as we enter the workforce, because students are often pressured to be able to explain why they didn't spend a year in school or took a year off, or why there's a 3-month gap on their employment resume. And doing so makes them afraid to go to mental health resources. There is nothing more terrifying to the average student graduating than that part on the resume that many employers require that says gaps in employment, please explain. And no matter what you write, it's held against you. And we need to walk away from that somehow. And with those 3 points, I will turn it over to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have a few points I'd like to share as part of the panel. First of all, I'm very much like my colleague Lorelei, who talked about she went to college at 18 and never left. I'm very much the same way. I've only worked in higher education all my life. And I was that kid on the banana seat running through the campus in the summer and playing pinball. It tells you how long ago that was. But if there are some points I'd like to leave with everybody about workplace bullying, first and foremost, guard your health. So often we as faculty members, we're supposed to be the sage on the stage, right? And our students look to us, you know, the communities look to us for our expertise when something goes on in our communities, but we are human beings who love, laugh, cry, and hurt. Workplace bullying is horribly stressful. It can lead you to having to take anti-anxiety meds. And before you take any of them, please look up those side effects. For example, Xanax is one that's prescribed all the time. And I was watching the national news and it said, you come off of Xanax too quickly, you have seizures. Other people develop insomnia. I just did a recent study on women in workplace bullying who talked about anything from grand mal seizures to premature births to miscarriage. It is a debilitating thing if you find that you are being bullied or have a colleague who's being bullied. Please guard your health because you just need your health even to mount a good fight. I would also say, guard your relationships. We talk about this all the time. Like if you have a bad day at work, you come home and kick the dog, poor dog. But that same idea happens if you have a bad day at work and you bring it to your family. And in some of the data that I have, folks have commented, working at this school this is a comment from one of the open-ended questions. Someone said, working at this school has cost me the years with my kids because I was so busy fighting at school. I've heard other people say, yeah, it led me to divorce because they would bring home that anxiety and your spouse or your family doesn't always know how to deal with it. And also too, with workplace bullying, unfortunately for us, just as human beings, have a reflection of shame. Like, oh my God, I did something wrong. You know, you did it right, but bullies want to throw you off balance. And so if you are self-isolating, you are not only shuttering some of your relationships, you're not giving folks a chance to help you. And let me tell you, I mean, I've been bullied. Oh my God, the stories I could tell you. I have had to rely on family and friends and just some very wonderful and caring colleagues. So guard your relationships. And I am going to borrow this one from my colleague and dear friend, Lorelei. We had a conversation about a year ago, and I had mentioned to her, I noticed you when you answer your emails, I have to be you. And what I had learned from her is what I'm going to share with you. Guard your time. If you guard your time and you decide dinner time is at this time, this weekend, I'm not reading any emails. I am going to enjoy my vacation and not check my phone for the latest thing. Those boundaries are important. First of all, it helps you stay balanced and keep peace and balance with yourself. Certainly meditate. Meditation's a big thing as part of that health part. But also too, we as faculty, because we are so self-regulated, we tend to give more than those 40 hours. We all do that. What is it in the Chronicle? They called us the grazing profession. People have received emails from me at 5 o'clock in the morning and said, is it that you haven't gone to bed yet or that you're just getting up? And it's a shame that we work like that sometimes, but I will say to withstand bullying, and it unfortunately happens so much, please guard your health, guard your precious relationships, and guard your time so you have peace of mind to engage in proper resistance if needed. Passing on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
That was really succinct, Leah, and I also appreciate, Jacob, what you had to say about the broader issues. So mine will be an add-on. I think what's clear from hearing both Jacob and Leah talk here, but also their presentations, is that we really need to work to prevent this stuff, because once it starts happening, the damage is done, and we're doing a lot of damage control or helping people get over trauma, and we will need that. But I really want us to also focus on, I really want us to focus on prevention work. So what are the ways that we can prevent things like this from happening? I talked briefly about policies and procedures and codes. I think there is something to be said about that. I would say you always need them. And Leah and I have had these conversations. We did a piece together where she did a gorgeous part having to do with policies. But I would say the process of policy development is really important. Who's involved in developing that process, that policy, and how is it that we engage with each other around that policy? Because if we want to model a climate and a culture that allows for vibrancy and discussion and, really debating and critiquing and sharing, if we really want to develop something like that, we can do that too by engaging with each other really quite constructively. So we've heard terms like conflict management, effective argumentation, the caring and respect for people. If we manifest that too, while we're developing our process, we're doing an in vivo experience right there. So every opportunity, in many ways, to me, every opportunity that you have to engage with somebody around something like this is an opportunity to model how it should be. So how we should be engaging it with each other, how we should be caring for each other. So I think, that part of it is, and then, really embracing the power of yourselves as academic peers. You really do, we all influence, even when we think we don't. We're influencing constantly. And so I think one of the things that's really important is to think about knowing you influence, how do you want to do that? And what are the ways to do it that protect yourself, guard your time, guard your relationships, guard your health, right? That do that, but that and allows you to have some constructive influence in the situation. And so there are a variety of different ways we can do that. And again, I've thrown some stuff at the end of the PowerPoint to give you some ideas about that. And then more broadly, like references have been made throughout, higher education exists in a much broader context. And we are it feels like at times we're under attack and that we're not understood and all of that other type of stuff. And some members of the public and the state and, you could go on at length about that, have particular attitudes or ideas or ways of engaging with us that are quite destructive. I would like to see us be more proactive in terms of engaging with the public, for example. So in talking about what it is, one of the things I'd love universities to be doing is to be out there proactively, not just in reaction to a social media maelstrom and saying, we support this person, which they should say, and that this is covered under academic, which they should say, but also to be able to say things like, when we're doing this work, this is who faculty are. This is part of their role as public intellectuals. This is what academic freedom does. And this is why it's critical to our society that we be allowed to do this, that we be supported in this kind of work, because it's what fuels and helps sustain and nurture a democratic civil society in which everyone gets treated well. And I think another part from a bullying perspective is, and I think faculty are well positioned, especially researchers and writers in this area are well positioned to point out that, we've seen bullying in schools, we've seen bullying in families, we've seen bullying in seniors communities. I also do work on that. We see bullying in universities. If you see it in that many contexts, there is a narrative or pieces of narrative societally that somehow make it okay and say that's the response, that is a legitimate response to any situation. And it's not. It never has been and never will be. So I think there's a role for us as educators, not just with our students, but of course with our students, with our colleagues, but also with the broader public about what bullying is and how it damages people and how it undercuts everybody and how it essentially undercuts our society. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Lorley. And that leads us into John Richter's presentation, and then we will open this up for questions. And John, I know you've got a lot to share with us too, so we look forward to what you have to say.
Thank you, Sally. Hi, everyone. Are we doing on time, Sally? Do I have 10 minutes? My panel, my co-panelists,
At least, yes, we're good.
My co-panelists were so succinct, and I don't want to.
Nope, you have plenty of time. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So anyway, good afternoon, everyone. And I want to keep with the title of the panel, Creating Opportunities for Positive Change. So I want to focus my comments on some possible paths forward for legislative intervention in response to what has been called a mental health crisis in higher education. So I'll share some thoughts on how we might go about getting that started. First, a little bit more about the organization that I work for, the Mental Health Association. Mahaney's, as we're called, is a private nonprofit mental health advocacy organization. We're based in Albany, New York, and we are the New York State affiliate of Mental Health America. We have 26 affiliates at the local level who provide community-based mental health services in 52 counties in New York. And as a state level affiliate, Mahaney's focuses on government relations, legislative advocacy, and providing various mental health trainings in the community. Now, there are some common themes that run through our legislative work, including raising awareness, increasing access to services, promoting mental health literacy, and promoting mental health parity. And you'll see soon that our thoughts around mental health and higher education policy reflect some of these principles. So some examples of our legislative victories have included Timothy's Law, which created mental health parity in how insurance companies pay for mental health treatment on par with physical health. As Sally said, as part of my bio, we did lead a legislative campaign that resulted in New York being the first state in the nation to require that mental health education be taught in K through 12 schools as part of the school health curricula. And more recently in 2020, Mahaney's had a bill that passed into law that created a COVID frontline worker trauma advisory council. So I give you all that as background to provide you with some context for understanding what our ideas are for possible legislation aimed at addressing the college mental health crisis. So I'm going to make an assumption that there is broad agreement that a college mental health crisis exists, and there is certainly evidence for this dating back to at least 2007. Two studies in particular, both conducted by Active Minds, show significant increases in the prevalence of mental illness among college students, both before and during the COVID pandemic. And what's really interesting is the most recent data that was released in April of 2022 by Active Minds showed a 135% increase in depression and 110% increase in anxiety among college students between 2013 and 2021. And in 2021, 60% of college students met the criteria for one or more mental health conditions. That's double from 2013. So before I go any further, just one caveat, and that is we often talk, or there is talk in terms of a college mental health crisis being just about student mental health. And the evidence certainly supports that we should be concerned about student mental health. But Mahaney's is approaching this problem in terms of the mental health and wellness of the whole college, including faculty, staff, and students. After all, more than half of college faculty report signs of professional burnout, with 40% considering leaving their current jobs as a result of COVID changes. So in February of 2022, Mahaney's released its white paper, Mental Health in Higher Education, a call for public policy response. And in that report, we considered what the public response has been so far to the crisis. And we concluded that the media, advocates, and even the courts, to some extent, have all responded to varying degrees. But the legislatures, we think, have been relatively silent at both the state and national levels. And we believe more can be done through public policy and that possible legislative solutions are worth exploring. So how can we proceed? Who should we engage? What process can we use? And what changes or reforms might we pursue? So first, I want to talk about potential legislative champions. And I suggest we start with the chairs of the mental health committees and the higher education committees in the Senate and the Assembly. Now, we just heard from Senator Brooke, and she's the chair of the Senate Committee on Mental Health. And I'm really encouraged by her words and her support and just being here today, considering the topic that we're talking about. And I'm also confident that Aileen Gunther, who chairs the Assembly Committee on Mental Health, will be equally supportive. So Mahaney's has strong working relationships with both of these legislators. However, we're just getting to know the chairs of the higher education committees. And Deborah Glick, who spoke at our summit 3 weeks ago, is the Assembly chair, and Toby Stavisky is the Senate chair. Both have publicly acknowledged this crisis, and I think both are motivated to respond. So now our relationship with these two legislators, the chairs of the education committees, are not as strong as our relationship with the mental health chairs. But that's where I think we have greater strength through collaboration, because I'm guessing that AAUP and some of the other higher education associations do have working relationships with these chairs. And I think we begin with these four legislators and we find ways to come together as a unified coalition, and we bring them together with us. So I think we have potential legislative champions. What about a process to help us reach consensus on possible legislative solutions? And that process should include engaging all of the relevant thought leaders in the state, as well as individuals with lived experience. Now, Mahaney's has already convened a summit on mental health and higher education 3 weeks ago, and we had a really good participation, including New York State legislators, the Commissioner of the Office of Mental Health, the Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Higher Education, the SUNY Chancellor's Office. We had 8 statewide higher education associations, including yours truly, AAUP. Thank you, Sally, for participating. We had 9 state and local mental health associations and 7 area colleges. So you might say that we had all of the right people in the room to launch this conversation, and that's a really good start, but we do need to continue the conversation toward meaningful reform. So we need a process to move forward. So here are just some ideas on process. First, I think that we approach these 4 legislators to see if they'd be willing to sponsor something like regional forums or town hall type meetings to develop consensus. And this approach would help take into account regional differences as well as statewide need. Another potential pathway is a legislatively appointed advisory council that could be tasked with developing a legislative proposal and/or making recommendations to the legislature and the governor. Alternatively, we could push for a joint legislative hearing on the crisis led by the 4 legislators. And the important thing is that we collaborate, engage legislative champions, and continue the dialogue. Some organizing principles for policy formation would be helpful. At Mahaney's, we're trying, we're being careful not to get too far ahead of ourselves with any specific policy proposals until we've had an opportunity to dialogue with more higher education groups. But we have put forth 2 organizing constructs to sort of prime the discussion. And they include mental health literacy and what we call whole health parity. So raising mental health literacy across all members of the college community, we believe, would help normalize the conversation around mental health, reduce stigma, increase help-seeking behavior, and generally foster a culture and a climate of wellness on campuses. Now, operationalized in legislation, that could translate into more trainings for student, faculty, and staff. In terms of whole health parity, it seeks to treat mental health and physical health on the same footing. So, for example, we could take a look at things like leave of absence policies, crisis prevention, intervention, and postvention policies, and things like mental health days for students, faculty, and staff. And it would be helpful if colleges had access to best practice resources for revamping policies consistent with the tenets of parity. So in summation, I think that there's a lot of creative paths we can explore together. And I'm certainly not saying it's going to be easy. In fact, the division of the budget is now projecting a budget gaps totaling $13.7 billion over the next 5 years in New York. So there won't be a lot of money out there. And that's why we need to have creative, cost-effective solutions to propose. And we need to do it together, mental health advocates in lockstep with higher education advocates. I think a good next step would be if we could convince the current administration to acknowledge the college mental health crisis in the state of the state, which is just 2 short months away. That'll be a little more challenging, but not impossible if there's a new governor, but well, we'll cross that bridge after Tuesday. At the same time, we should also engage the state legislature and try to get some modest funding in the budget proposal to support a process for reaching consensus, like the things I mentioned earlier, town hall meetings or some kind of statewide forums. So I think this is how we can begin to move in the direction of policy reform in ways that would support colleges around their mental health needs while being careful not to burden them with unfunded mandates. And Mahaney stands ready to help lead that effort. So thank you.
Well, I have to just say how personally jazzed I am about this conference today and about these topics. We all know that this has been brewing for a really, really long time. And it's high time we did something about it. So I appreciate the emphasis of the end of this day on what can we do and how can we work together from, you know, this interdisciplinary piece. I for every speaker that I heard, I was able to identify, you know, with different threads. I know Lorley and I speak a lot of the same language because we have similar training. So I hear the things that she's emphasizing. I hear the things that Leah's emphasizing. I hear the things that Jacob is emphasizing. And then John is able to bring up, which aligns with our, you know, Senator Brooke, excuse me, I mispronounced her name. At the beginning of this piece, saying that we really need to focus on policy changes, because unless, you know, it's like with faculty, we know if it's not in the handbook, it's not enforceable, right? And the same thing with policies. If it's not in the policy, it's not enforceable. So we need to get these kinds of human interest pieces into policy, because those stories are so important. So we're going to open this up to questions. And I'll run those if you want to raise your hand by indicating that through the reaction button at the bottom of your screen. It should be right at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You'll see where it says you can raise your hand, and we will open this up. Surely someone has a question to start this all out.
Unmute. Hi.
Mary Rose, I see your hand is up.
I think somebody started asking a question, so.
Is that?
Go ahead.
Claudia, go ahead.
It is me, but I don't know where I am in the queue. So yeah, I'm a double agent. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I'm a professor of psych at a Dutchess Community College. And I feel like this is the conference I've been waiting for I don't know how long. The young people in particular, the students, are not doing well. They're not coping. And there's something contagious about it because they're exposed to one another, and they're worried about each other. Even people who don't see themselves in any textbooks or envision themselves as troubled, they're looking around and they're worried about their peers. So I feel validated. I'm not overstated. I'm not worried. I'm just observant. And so I want to stay on the track that I've been on. I know how to make use of resources that are available. I know how to encourage young people to take care of themselves, and I don't mind using me as an example. So I really want to thank Sally Dear Healy. She never earned her name so much as she has today. And I want to thank all of the speakers. Very enlightening. Thank you, my dear colleagues, and please just keep fighting the good fight and be well, be well. That's it.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you so much. And we're so glad that you're here. Mary Rose.
Yeah, I also thank you so much to Sally for organizing this and for all of our panelists for your great suggestions. Certainly, our state conference of the AAUP, John would be very happy to work together. We're gonna have after next Tuesday's elections, we're gonna be assessing our legislative priorities for the coming year, and I think that would be, we will certainly be in touch with you. We've been advocating for at least the past 2 years during the budget cycle for more resources for mental health. And a lot of that does was pushed by some of our colleagues at Dutchess Community College because of their lived experiences and lack of resources for their students. But it's felt all over, right? I remember, right, as Jacob pointed out, this starts well before COVID, right? Having a conversation with, administrators and trustees. There was a dinner with some faculty leaders, and they're kind of like, and what's on your guys' mind, and I think they're thinking shared governance. This time it was just like, it just turned to like, our students are in crisis right now, like we've been doing this for a while, and we don't know, they're distressed, they're anxious, they're trying to kill themselves, and that's putting some stress on us, and we don't have the tools, and so I think it has to be collective, right? As Jacob says, it has to be a sort of a societal response, and it has to be, there's things that we can, and there's strategies, and thank you all for sharing those, that we can implement either individually as instructors or as colleagues, and we should do that. But I'm really excited to be working with John and others to like really push and create resources, because I think we're hungry for them, right? Us and our colleagues are hungry for those resources, and our administrators. I know my administrators would love to, have a set of best practices that they care about the students as much as we do. So I think I just want to thank you all so much for this, and I'd like to hear. I'll shut up now, but I certainly I'm really excited that we're going to begin to work on being more proactive, because that's really what I'm hearing, and rather than reactive in terms of working on cultural shifts, but also policy shifts. So thank you.
Thanks, Mary Rose. All right, Lorraine.
Hi, everyone. I had actually come on late, but I'm nursing faculty at a small community college, and some wellness sessions in which just thinking about all the evidence that's out there in terms of mental health, and college students and nursing students in particular are very, very stressed. However, we don't find that they're very, very well attended. They go individually to counseling, and that's great, but we've been trying to focus on complementary therapy like meditation, mindfulness, just being able to exercise, and they're not well attended. And so I want to know if you had any suggestions on how we could, I don't know if just as a society, we wait for a crisis to occur to tend to our mental health, rather than use some preventive and complementary therapy in order for us to just de-stress regularly. Were you able to hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
So my question is, in terms of trying to, the students that do attend our wellness sessions, we do experiential meditation, mindfulness. We get such positive results. We just don't get enough students having them attend the session. So I just wanted to know whether or not, do you have any suggestions as to how to, because the stress is out there, but they keep it on a lower priority, their mental health.
Yeah, and I think that's where the role of mental health literacy is really important. And we saw this in the work we've done in K through 12, and just talking about mental health and talking about it from like a public health perspective, not, I was a psych major, right? And, we learned a lot of theoretical things, not very practical information, not very helpful. But when we talk about the kinds of things that help people to sort of recognize the early signs and symptoms and of different kind of mental health conditions, and we how to get help, when to get help, and just have the conversation more than rather than wait for crisis to occur. And the more we talk about it, again, the more it gets normalized, more comfortable people get. People start to open up, share a little bit about themselves, and it's like, wow, let's face it, if those stats are true and 60% of college students have one or meet the criteria for some kind of mental health condition, then most of the campus is walking around anxious, depressed, and that's the elephant in the living room. Well, so talk about it, and and teach people, and start in orientation. Now, I'm hoping that the work that we've done in K through 12 is going to roll over, and when we see some changes happening there, that people will be more prepared when they enter college. But we're not there yet, and so we need to talk more about it, and we need to have that culture and climate shift on a campus with a wellness mindset. And so people don't feel so awkward about attending things that have a mental health label on them, right? So I think mental health literacy is part of the way we get there.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I've got 2 words for you, Ms. Cupelli: food and music. High schoolers and collegians will appear. And you can be as creative as you want too. When I was working inside in the juvenile max, these are some teenagers and 20-ish people who've committed pretty awful crimes. But I got them to come to group because I said, you can do a rap. Tell me all about it. Tell me what's wrong with the country, what's wrong with your family, what's wrong with this institution, what's wrong with your peers, your roommate. Fine. Just don't be threatening. Don't indulge yourself. They knew what that meant. They're not stupid. But give me a rap. There's a lot of ways you can get there. Just imagine what could be enjoyable, could be compelling. And it doesn't have to be under the rubric of mental health, but get them to attend something interesting for their age group, and they'll start showing up, and then they'll start getting their peers to show up too. People will be interested. What's going on in that behavioral sciences department? Whoa, that's kind of weird, but they'll attend. That's enough out of me.
Yeah, thank you for your suggestion. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Other questions or comments, things that you would like to share?
Well, I have a sort of a reflection, because I'm wondering how much we need to think about our pedagogy, right? And how we interact with our students, how we design our classes in ways that maybe, don't contribute to stress, because that's what, like, I feel like there's this fine line, because I have colleagues who you know, like they're like, oh, so you want us to become less rigorous, right? And, you know, and I think it's like, no, but there's, you know, there's ways that we can do things differently that are going to be, that are going to help our students be less anxious. So I'm wondering if anybody's really, you know, sort of thought about that and made any, like I started during, I had to make, you know, we made some changes during COVID. I made some changes that I might keep, you know, just things like letting students have open book exams. Like, and I found they're engaging with the material more, not less. I don't feel like it's, you know, my class is less rigorous, but I mean, are there little things that we can do or even bigger things that we can do in terms of the way we structure the educational experience for our students? Just, I don't know, kind of thinking out loud there.
Okay, I see Corinne is here.
Yeah, just in response to that, I mean, I think one of the things that, I mean, I've in this material that I've engaged with on universal design for pedagogy, and one of the things I've struggling with right now in my own teaching is that I have stopped penalizing students for turning in things late. But I do have deadlines, and most of them keep the deadlines, but I'm not sure then sometimes that can be counterproductive for some students as well. So that's something I'm trying to navigate and try to figure out, because I do think that, you know, that was a suggestion from a universal design model. And we certainly see that in our own professional lives. There are deadlines, but it's not like, you know, you get graded down when you miss your deadline. You know, so you know, and I follow up with students, and, you know, and I have them make arrangements for alternative deadlines, but sometimes I don't. So, you know, this is all stuff that I think we have to figure out as we go forward and try to come up with these new models. I think open book exams is a wonderful way to think about things. And, but deadlines is, I think, is another thing that I've heard a lot of, and I have a lot of colleagues who are still very rigorous about, you know, no, if, you know, it's late, it's da da da, you know, anyway. And I also struggle with then when papers come in late, I often get the feedback back later. So anyway, just thinking out loud.
Can I jump in?
Yes, absolutely, Julie. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I was going to talk about being very flexible about deadlines, even before the pandemic. I had somewhat of an open-ended policy about deadlines. I teach science classes, a lot of lab reports, etc., and actually somewhat following on what we were learning. Expected to do with a writing intensive class. I do like a certain amount of revision, I should say rough draft revision opportunities to, you know, give students feedback so they can improve upon their work. And I do that with lab reports, whether it's in the writing intensive class or the non-writing intensive class. And I'm open-ended about deadlines with a lot of other writing assignments. With the exams, and I'm still teaching to some extent online, and even with my in-person classes now, I've been having the exams online. I allow for more flexibility in the timing of the exams. I do it outside of class time, and I allow the students to take it on their own schedule. So it fits in, you know, like if they've got kids, because I'm at CUNY, we've got a lot of students where they have kids at home. They're, you know, things don't really quiet down late at night. So, or they're working, you know, I try to fit that in, or if they, you know, working, like I've been giving a lot of exams over the weekend, and some students work during the weekend. So, you know, I just say, okay, fine, I'll reset the exam for you. You know, most of the students will get the exam done, and, you know, and then you take it when you can take it after, you know, when you finish with work. I'm getting to the open book exams, because one of the things I was told very early on with the pandemic and the online exams, because everybody's worried about cheating, I treat my exams actually as somewhat as open book exams I design my questions to be a bit more complicated. So even if they're accessing, the lab manual or the textbook or whatever, that they actually have to do some processing. They have to do some thinking, because I have to expect them to be opening up some sort of resource to maybe jog the memory. On one hand, we would like the students to be able to grab information, pretty quickly, from their brains, and not have so much of it, being prodded from opening up a book or whatever. But it is what it is. And at least I know that they're learning material. If they get the questions, many of those questions right, they have to have a basic understanding of the material and be able to, put that information into a context. So I'll leave it as that. Flexibility is what we, is extraordinarily helpful for our students that are juggling so much right now and that are very stressed out.
Excellent point, Julie. Excellent points. What about anyone else? Any other reflections? I'm real interested to hear how people envision working together across the disciplines and through the different facets of our experience. I mean, we all bring things to the table. I know, I've had my own experiences with being bullied for speaking up and speaking out, which have been pretty challenging and painful at times, and have worked with some others on that. I know there's a number of organizations and as we've been told, there's funding out there for this. So I'm curious how we see ourselves moving forward. This is something, John, that we also talked about at the Mahani's Summit is, how do we get these different groups to work together in a unified fashion? And I know at the, here I can speak for the the New York State Conference here is we're, as Mary Rose said, we're committed to this. We're very interested in it. We're committed to it. And, we're in a position where we're ready to move forward in whatever ways that we are able to affect to make this better. So I'm curious about what the others might think here. I rather wish we had Fred on here as well, Mary Rose, so he could bring forth some of the policy pieces, but I'd like to see us get
as you pointed out, it's the weekend before the election.
I know, he said he wouldn't be here. I know. And I respect that we've been told never to have a conference and a meeting and the weekend before elections again. But, in terms, I'd like to hear what people's interests are and support in terms of working together. We would like to move that forward.
I've been thinking for 6 hours, Sally. You don't really think I can do any more thinking, do you?
All right.
I was impressed with Mary Rose. She can even think out loud. I can't do that. I don't think I can.
Fair enough, Claudia. Fair enough. We understand. I see that Leah has her hand up. Thank you, Leah.
Yes, thank you. And Sally, I'm going to dovetail into something we had talked about earlier this term, and we're still moving forward with that. If you don't mind, I can discuss that a little bit.
I'm absolutely fine with it, and I appreciate your understanding that my position was I had to wait until at least this to move forward. So yes.
Not a problem. No, I understand. There are a few of us who have gotten together to say we're going to have a symposium. Laura Lee is on the line. She will be opening up our symposium. We will also have Jerry Carbo. We will have Stacy Ty Williams. We will have Susan Johnson, who studies workplace bullying out of Washington, Tacoma. So we're going to have a 2-day symposium. First date will be February 24th from 10 to like 2:15. The second day will be Friday, March 31. We're going to break it up into 2 parts. And the idea, when I spoke with all of these workplace bullying scholars, is we want to find solutions. We know the problems. We can talk about the problems. We've researched the problems, but we want to find the solutions as well. So there will be, we're still finalizing the flyer. And then I'll send it to you, of course, Sally, and we're going to paper the Northeast. And the idea is to come and discuss the problem, but also offer even your wish list of solutions, like practical solutions. And then we're going to compile, we're going to code, or I'm going to get IRB approval, code those data, and also do a survey and come up with probably a 30-page public-facing report. Not some fussy publication that goes into some esoteric journal that 5 people read, but a working white paper that's real slick and pretty that we're going to send everywhere, because we know amongst ourselves how to solve the problems. We have the numbers amongst ourselves to solve the problems. So what if we just get together and solve the problem? Now, I know it sounds a little easier than what I just said, because it includes going to legislation. It includes going to our lawmakers and policymakers to get this passed. But so often when I've been working with Jerry Carbo, he's a professor at Shippensburg, we do a number of testimonials, whether it's in Massachusetts or Rhode Island or New York, and these states are operating differently. So we're going to try to do regional. So one of the things to look out for is we're going to do a 2-part symposium so we can talk about different issues: career safety, health and wellness, the legal aspect, the threat to research, and also diversity. Those are the 5 elements we're going to talk about under workplace bullying and generate some solutions. So please, please, please join us. I will get that flyer out to you. I understand, yes, getting through bureaucracy can be quite tough, and we're trying to get the marketing started by just after Thanksgiving so people can hold the date. It is a free event. What we're really doing is collecting a multitude of ideas and solutions, because something can work here and maybe we can apply it somewhere else. And to eliminate the silos, I don't think we're purposely siloed in workplace bullying work. I think we're just trying to get it together. And yep, I'm going to borrow from Laura Lee real quick. When she and I first started talking a few years ago, she had commented, you know, workplace bullying scholars are pretty nice people. And so everybody kind of just said, yeah, I'll do it. Nobody's getting paid. Everybody's like, let's pitch in and try to create this work that will be public facing and help us eliminate bullying in higher education. There's my commercial. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Leah. And Leah's in my conversation is that the New York State Conference is going to work with her on this and help to bring this information to our members and our chapters. Mary Rose, you had your hand up and then it disappeared again. Did you want it back up?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Other comments, reflections, questions, desires?
When somebody comes out strongly from one discipline, such as education, I notice in New York State, it often starts leaching over into the others. And so from psychology, it is my beloved and revered discipline, but I'm not blind. I know what's wrong with it. And there's nothing that was said today that could never apply to psych. Everything said today. And since I've worked in the community and in institutions and in the lockups, there's all kinds of hierarchies there which use their positions to oppress other people, alas and alack. So I'm very, very glad to know that this is upcoming. And of course, it'll take much longer than any of us would like to turn into concrete realities, but that's okay. We're still obliged to use what energy we have to make things go forward.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Claudia. Could not agree more. Anyone else?
So do you want to ask the panel for some, final reflections?
I think that sounds like a lovely idea, Mary Rose. What a great idea. Would the panel like to provide any final reflections? Panel?
I'll
I've
offer.
talked enough. I've talked enough.
Just one of the things I'll offer, and it's probably because of the way I came into workplace bullying research, is through DEI work. A couple summers ago, I did a study on the ecosystem of bullying. It's not an isolated thing. It does not happen in a vacuum. But what had a common theme from that study was collective power. Much like with the civil rights movement, and people locked arms and walked across those bridges and had protests and did those things. The same thing when the women in the 70s and the 80s crashed the courts to get sexual harassment finally recognized as gender discrimination, because originally it was not. Workplace bullying also needs collective voice and collective power to end this abuse for those with less power in the academy.
Yep.
Amen to that one. Laura Lee said she's done. John, thoughts?
Just that and I talked about this a little, Sally, at the summit that we held, and just the importance of breaking down these sort of silos. Higher education, one way of conceptualizing it is higher education's in a silo, and we in the as mental health advocates, we're in our silo. And that's why I said, we know the mental health chairs, but we don't know the higher ed chairs. We've never had reason to. And we don't know you guys that well yet either. And it's just important that we break those down and we go in united. Because I've been doing this work long enough to know that when you go to a legislator and you talk about trying to solve a problem, they always want to know what the other group thinks. So what do the teachers unions say about this? How do they feel about it? And if you're all sitting there, together, it eliminates that hurdle and that barrier that they have to contend with when they try to develop consensus among their constituents. Well, if their constituents are sitting there and we're together already, and this is what we're thinking, it just goes a long way. And it's so important that we just continue to dialogue, stay in touch, and ultimately, take some real positive steps. I'm talking very practical. Let's schedule some meetings with Senator Brooke and Deborah Glick. Let's schedule some meetings and get on Zoom or whatever it takes to get a bunch of us together and say, yeah, we're together on this. And the summit was a good start because, Deborah Glick participated in the summit and she saw that we were together. That's a great beginning point. So we just have to keep the momentum up. And we'll eventually come up with some kind of suggestions and proposals. I don't quite frankly know what they are yet, but like I said, I need to learn more. I'd love to put more counselors in every college. I guess there's just, unfortunately, there's not money for those kinds of things. So you got to figure out. Right. We talked about the low hanging fruit. Like, what can you do that's cost effective that can impact a lot? Be
careful about one thing, Mr. Richter. The number of times I've been volunteering in the last 5 years, even to open the new site, which is called Duchess Fishkill, and they call it that. It's not an extension division because you can earn a full 2-year degree, a full associate's down there. And even one of the vice presidents of our union proposed to me, to the new president, that I establish a clinic down there, not just at main campus in Poughkeepsie. And the reaction has been over and over again, you can't volunteer, Dr. Fidanke. That is a threat to the people who are in the paid clinic in Poughkeepsie. So, don't offend them. Don't be threatening towards them. And then I was told too, because of a letter I wrote to the president of the college, which I thought was a reasonable one about why this didn't have to interfere with what anyone else was doing, and that I'd be perfectly happy to bow to whatever protocols are in place. And I was just told that there was a chain of command. And even though the president acknowledged my letter with, he was very gracious and took it seriously, and met with me. My department was not happy with me at all. So you're going to have to find a way to tread very gently. But again, we all just have to keep trying.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
One of the things that was emphasized at the Mahani's conference, and I think by a number of people here, is the story, the person's story. And I think really, if we're going to get this point across, we are all just names on paper right now. But if the stories of what is really happening and the impact of bullying and other forms of trauma that are being inflicted upon faculty and staff and even students, and some of those are structural and some of those are situational. But if we can have those stories be heard in such a way that there is a connection between the people and the issues, I think that that's one excellent way of moving forward. So maybe that's something that we can work on, collecting the stories and then being able to present them as part of a legislative agenda.
So true. So true. That's what wins the day oftentimes with legislators, is that connection with, we're a lot of times we're up at 30,000 feet talking about policy, and you need to bring it back down to the personal level. And, and that resonates with legislators because, just the odds are in where we're at now in terms of prevalence of mental illnesses, the odds are, no matter which legislator you're talking to, there's a personal story there.
Right.
Them and their family, so forth. So it connects when people come and tell their story. So absolutely, that has to be part of it.
Right.
The personal is the political.
Personal
Thank
is
you,
political.
Gloria Steinem.
Yes, it rings true more and more every day. Well, I see that people are starting to go. I know, as I said at the beginning of the day, it is a beautiful day and everybody's aching to get outside after, working so hard all week and everything. So if there's no further questions or discussions, I am going to close out our proceedings for today and just want to thank again all of our speakers, all of our state conference leadership who have participated in bringing everything that we do to a reality, and especially to Mary Rose, who is always a joy and a pleasure to work with. And so unless I see a hand come up, I will call this conference to a close. But the topic has not been dropped, and we will be continuing to work on it.
Fantastic.
Thanks
All right.
so much, Sally, and to all of our speakers. And yes, look for more.
Look for more. It's coming.
Symposium, Leah. I'm all about it. So I think we'll definitely be sending all that information out to our members and
Wonderful.
encouraging that. And John, we will be in touch about our lobbying for resources for mental health. So.
Fantastic. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon and the rest of your weekend. We'll be in touch.
Be well.
Take good care. Be well.
Bye, thank you.
Bye-bye.